Oh shit! Puns, well played! Watto and welcome! Let me just update the boards real quick. Feckin' finally! So for some people it's the contest is for victory. For others, it's for the mark of honor. It'd be great if I could give you like a little badge to say like you've got it. But it's wild puns because I mean, and Lizzie as well. Sometimes when the Mead Point rewards go live, doesn't bear as much sense on terms of when the stream kicks off. I don't know. Whatever system it was that Bacon worked out, like whatever was the tell, I think that one's definitely the power play. We don't need a badge, it's the honor. Thank you. How are you all doing? I hope you are doing splendid, friends. We got minis, and once we've done these, we can either start working on this bad boy, which or we can do something a little bit sillier. There's a couple of silly kits I got, which I'm kind of tempted to crack into today. You know what I mean? Oh, and Squarepeg, good to hear, friend. Good to hear. Shitaru, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. Come on in, friends. Come on in. Sorry, a friend of mine is mocking me because I posted that one, the stream was going live, but I also wanted to share the fact that, like, you know, I'm getting to do a cool promotional thing today, and I'm really excited about that. My buddy is just like, I see they got you finally. I'm like, every time I think I get out, they drag me back in. Oh, anyway, I hope you're all doing splendid, friends. I really do. I'm still trying to work out how to make the build setup good, so forgive me if I keep wiggling around, because I've got desk cam there, desk light here, and I'm trying to get it all working. Well, Dustin, that is something that I can provide for you. Do you have a crafting project or something you want to work on with us? Because, like, hey, the goal this evening is... I mean, I called it the Crafternoon because when I said that to Fiona, they gave me the look like they could wish me a migraine. And I was like, yes, that is the title. But the goal this afternoon is, let's all build some shit together. This isn't No Grey November. This isn't a race against time. This is let's make some shit. Let's make stuff together, alright? You know, this is the digital friendo equivocant of, you know, two people reading in a room together counts as doing something, you know? Two people working on little crafting projects and hanging out counts as, like, spending time together. That's what I want from this afternoon. I apologise we started late. It's been a tumultuous morning, and honestly, I don't want to get into it. But nothing, like, super bad, no, like, surprise bad times or anything like that. So yeah, the only thing I must apologise for reals is that I put the title as Coffee and Crafting. I already finished my coffee, and I don't have my tea blend unless I decide to go for like a mint tea. But Fiona's heading to the store, so I'm gonna have tea later. So I'm just having my other emergency caffeinated beverage. Hookshot, Watto, and welcome. Apologies, I haven't gotten you the thing. While I've been able to stream this week, my voice has been shredded at the end of the day, so I do apologise. Dog Day Crafternoon. See, that's even better. Crafternoon delight. Shit, we might have to make this a series, Dustin. But yeah, Dustin, Hook, Squarepeg, Shitaru, Wolfcrad, Watto, and welcome, friends. I hope you're all doing splendid. Right. Yeah. See, Hookshot, I'd love to say that I'm doing it out of self-care, but it's more out of, like, ability to perform. Sky Minis in flight. Crafternoon delight. Yeah, you get it, Dustin. You get it. There's also... Okay, so, what we're doing today. So, this is technically a sponsored stream. At least...
The browser didn't start the stream. Hard to refresh. Good thing I'm still a hat-trick undead first master, eh? Nice work, puns.
That is a very, very good title. As much as I want to refute your dead status, that's a really good title. And Bacon Sushi, thank you for the bits. You lot have been fucking brilliant this week. I have no idea. But yes, so
My partner told me today that I was missing one of my old board games. I had no clue.
Fuck. 1. Thank you. 2. Fuck you. It took me way too long to work out that pun. 3. I don't know if you were watching, but somehow that teal bit just yoked a corgi out the pint glass at like Mark 3 sideways, and I've never seen that. Gonna be honest, very impressed. Very impressed. Fuck it, yo. Erriman, sincerely thank you, right? It was $10 to the pot. It's fucking cool. Lizzie! Stop Friday night! But yeah, no, so Hookshot, like I said, I'd love to tell you that I've not gotten it done because I'm resting myself to preserve my health. No, it's because I can't make noises proper at the end of the day. Anyway, so I think it is safe to call today a sponsored stream, or at very least, like, in a way that the FTC won't try and pull my kidneys out through my eye holes. Because the first thing we're going to be doing today is we're going to be building these. My little Age of Sigmar. Thing is, I want to make the Sigmarine joke, but I also realise I haven't actually played Age of Sigmar. I don't really know a lot about it, so it'd be quite hypocritical of me to take the piss. You all are welcome to your opinions. And Shitaru and Bacon, that was an interesting mix there. But regardless, I'll be building these, I believe they're called Vindicators. I don't know squat about them, lore-wise or anything like that. And yes, they are very, very evocative of, like, ancient Greek space marines. But in a way, that's kind of fucking cool, so I'm just going to take it. Bacon is determined to create a glass full of tombs. So yeah, so this is what we're going through today. There was a part of me that had hoped that I'd be able to get these built and base coated this week, and we'd be doing painting. But I've not been able to find the full complement of my paints. I've only been able to find my lacquer paints, and I don't know if I should be painting with those. I've only ever used them for airbrushing, and with that you have to be super careful with a respirator, let me tell you. Hookshot, why? Why? And I quote, Hookshot wrote, whenever my friends talk about a board game that they'd like, I buy it before they get the chance to. They keep bringing up the fact that I have a monopoly. Lost paints. Pigments of your imagination. Actually good.
We wrote a verse of Mr. Blue Sky. Hey there, Pikachu, why the sky not so blue? Look around, I'm feeling scared. Is that a thunderbolt you're preparing there?
Akira Zero, thank you for the 500. That's not bad. I thought Mr. Blue Sky was a Beatles song for a large portion of my life. And it was only in my 30s did I find out that it was the Electric something Orchestra, who I also only really know from that one Daikon video. I grew up with enforced Beatles listening, so I have an unfortunate kind of mental tick. Shaunerus, I did not miss the one about Clue earlier. That did me a damage. Agananiki, we will find out if they are vindictive or not. Although, on a slightly serious note, Harmonious is saying they've actually been designed to be, like, beginner-friendly. Alright, back in my day, beginner-friendly meant 2 pieces. Body and gun like this. Or 1 piece, and it's a Chaos Marine doing, like, the sassiest pose. Hang on, let me see if I can find it. 90s beginner Warhammer set. Not beginner. Where is it? Beginner. Sorry, I'm gonna see if I can find a picture. There we go! Okay, so back in my day... Oh, check this out. That was the beginner set. So if you wanted to get into Warhammer, that was the, like, minis and paints. And so what you got to know is that Space Marine is 2 pieces. You've got his little stubby hands and bolter, and then the body. And then look at that Chaos Marine. Look at that sashay away, like, pose. Look. It's serving medieval drag king, and I'm here for it. And numbers, Watto, and welcome. Mate, I haven't been able to have time to myself, let alone even flirt with the idea of going to someone's place to play board games. Yeah, Agonadiki, Battlefield sass is always appropriate, but that's usually an Eldar maneuver. Ah, look at those old chunky Marines. Good times. Just see if there's any other... Man, I can smell the paint stripper on those Gretchen. Sorry, back when I was a youngling, what I used to do was buy minis on the cheap from rich kids that couldn't paint for shit, and then decided they didn't care anymore because they couldn't paint. I'd buy the minis, paint strip them, and then resell them. But of course, because I had no understanding about fumes, I just ended up, well, inhaling a lot of fumes. I still remember when they launched like the first round of like Tactical Marines, which had all the pieces that you could put together and pose. Hell, the Terminators felt decadent because they had arms that you could like pose up and down. How far we have come. Sorry friends, like I said, I don't mean to talk your ear off just about Warhammery stuff. Like I said, today's whole vibe is our Crafternoon. So if you have a crafting project that you want to chuck into, if there's something you want to just draw and fuck about and build, or if you're working on some indie game nonsense or what have you, let's do it together, friends. You know, this is a no stress, no grand arcing project kind of afternoon. You know. I do like No Grey November, because I think it's a great way to light a fire under your ass to build those minis and paint them. That, you know, the ones that have been sitting in that box being like, you know you want me. However, I also understand that sometimes that pressure can be a little bit paralysing. So fuck it. Build a fun thing. As I said, I'm counting this as a sponsored stream. So, you know, obviously thanks to Games Workshop for sending me... fucking gateway drugs to go back in. No, for sending me the Warhammer Skulls box. And it's as good as an excuse as any to build some little minis and live our little best life. But after that, because, like I said, we're just going to be clipping and gluing these. They won't be dry enough today to start painting, and I haven't been able to find all my paints. So, we can either work on Gundam Thunderbolt, which won't be as interesting for y'all to watch the construction part, but if we're just hanging, I don't feel too bad. Or if we want to build something, which was the one I was looking at? Oh yes. If we wanted to build something, I also have the 711 Gundam. Well, actually, I have two 711 Gundams unbuilt. So those ones will be a little bit more visually interesting to see put together, because I can kind of finish those today. Oh, Chaunerus! Fucking go! Okay. So, you know, while my title as Indie Shill Par Extraordinaire is well earned, because, sorry, Chaunerus mentioned that the Night Witch is probably worth the entire Metroidvania bundle. Hey, that's super cool. You know, I've seen a lot of the Night Witch, but I haven't had a chance to play it. I hear it's very, very good. You know, I know Ghost Song and Axiom Verge 1 and 2, and I've been told that Cookie Cutter slaps. But it's nice to know that one. However, there is one bundle that is up at the moment which I cannot recommend enough. Actually, no, there are two. God damn it! Because one of them is Monster Hunter Rise and Monster Hunter World plus expansions together for $30. And like that's super OP. But there is a book bundle which you have to let me pitch at you. All of My Magnolia's BPRD, all in one great big bundle. So from the start of BPRD through to Hell on Earth, through to The Devil You Know, plus the side stories. Like, if you ever take my advice on one of these book bundles, and heck, if you don't get it through the partner link, I don't mind. But I bought all of these books individually myself over the years. When I was at Improbable, I offset the sadness of working for a tech company by spending money. And what I would do is I would buy the next volume while I was at work and do the Amazon same-day shipping, because we were in central London. So I'd finish a book on the way into work, and I'd have a new one on the way back. So yeah. If you are okay reading comics digitally, and you hold my opinion with any kind of regard, all of BPRD is just worth it. The TLDR of it is that it's Hellboy after Hellboy disappears. You don't need to have read anything else going into it. You just start with Hollow Earth, and then go from there. And Fred, what and welcome. Hi, Quasi. That's a lot of reading. My social media feed has been dominated by one Delicious in Dungeon cosplayer dancing to The Wrong Way. And I still don't know how I ended up there, but it is what it is. And Mortland, I'm not a good friend to have around if your goal is to buy less video games, but yeah. The BPRD bundle is everything, start to finish in that story, and it's one of my favourites. Because here's the thing. There's a lot of kinds of stories I love, but one of my favourites is, you know, the wrong people at the wrong time. You know, your DS9 type stories. Because if you never read Hellboy, it's very, very good. But it kind of boils down to super gothic Batman, right? Hellboy is good at everything. He has a giant fist for punching, he kicks ass. He's an incredible detective. And when things get out of hand, he has a revolver the size of a Mini Cooper that makes problems stop being problems. And the art's super cool, the gothic Lovecraftian influence before that was something that was really really widespread, was fucking cool. It's great. But again, Hellboy solves problems. He is nigh on unkillable. And good at everything. BPRD picks off after Hellboy goes missing. So it's all his side friends, all the side characters just trying to keep it together. So you have Abe Sapien, Fishman, you have the ghost of a German doctor inside an exoplastic suit, a living golem. Oh, and oh god, how have I forgotten her name? I should not call her just Hellboy's girlfriend. That is incredibly reductive of me. The pyromancer herself, trying to keep it together, and then the team end up trying to like replace Hellboy with this like soldier guy who nobody likes, who turns out to be awesome. Like, there's just something about that whole concept of a bunch of side characters who have to handle the shit.
What hope? Hope you've been alright, Will. Remember, we all lived together.
I lost flowers. Thank you kindly. Thank you, obviously, for the 38 months, but for the kind words. This morning sucked, but nothing super dramatic, nothing super bad, just some stuff. And some stuff I didn't expect was going to get to me as much as it did, which is why we've started so late. But I'm here, we do live together. Some days I worry that out of all of us, I lift the least. Thank you. Anyway, like I said, I could talk your ear off about BPRD for hours. But it's genuinely incredible. Oh, Shadows was just saying that Dragon Age Inquisition is free on Epic at the moment till the 23rd. That game's feckin' worth it. I also like with that one how if you never played the previous ones, you can kind of construct the world from how you think you would have played. But that's another story. Oh god, there's so... Sorry, there's so many bits. There's so many bits to...
Stop that
Oh.
incessant clicking.
Oh, friend, sorry. It looks like that this bundle also contains a shit ton of other Hellboy volumes all at once. Oh yeah, no, this contains so much good stuff. Okay, like I said, even if you don't, I'm not trying to, you know, sell you fucking MLM Kungan water or some shit. This is just literally one of my favorite series. Like, the fire in my heart for graphic novels, you know, in my 30s has been powered by The Wicked and the Divine and BPRD. Now, both of them have finished now, and nothing else has really grabbed me in the same way. Saga is still ongoing, and I think I need to hit that once it's concluded. But, and Zeke, what and welcome. This is, well, whatever you're making, if you've got time to jam with us, because I'm not sure what your time zone is right now. I'm going to be starting with these Age of Sigmar minis that I got sent by... so I don't know whether I should say they got sent by Games Workshop or if they got sent by Neon Hive, who are like running the promotion for Games Workshop. But yeah, I got one of the Skulls 2024 boxes. And I got this angry looking little squig. He's so grumpy, but he's also happy to be here. His little wiggly tongue. He's just so happy to be here. Actually a really nice plushie. The fact I didn't get sent Papa Nurgle though, I'm a little bit mad because I did get sick and I was supposed to do like a promotion thing. Zeke, I was a Blood Angels kid back in my my loveless years. And yeah, once we're done with building these, because I won't be able to paint them today, I'm gonna work on one of the Gundams. So if you've got a crafting thing you want to join in with, let's fucking go. And sorry, my fucking manners. Agonaniki, thank you for gifting a sub to Fred. That's really cool of you. Ooh, lovely. You were actually, Geographic, you were talking about the lava float bases. Let's see who does these. So it says these are by Tomy. They're an officially licensed one, so let's see if they're online. Yeah, no, you can get these out and about. It is the Warhammer 40k Gunnar Squig Plush. Now, this is the one from the Big Bad Toy Store, but you might be able to find it at another place. Because I can't remember if it's Big Bad Toy Store or if it's USA Toys that's the one that's a bit shifty. I can't remember. Stop trying to sell me turtlenecks. I can't afford them. Sorry. If you didn't hear, they basically... there's a series of crossover mechs. Sorry, a series of giant robot designs crossed with like classic Ninja Turtles. And they all cost like $200 a pop. But they're figures, not kits, so I'm not too fussed. But yeah, this is my little squig hanging out. And I quote, Zeke says, my Levy Marines are black and blue. A Blood Angels successor chapter known as the Bruise Angels. Bravo. 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 Zeke, don't do this to me. I don't even have my airbrush set up. So, like, I'm going to have to base coat these outside when it's not raining. And then hand paint the whole ruddy thing. Although, one thing, and more for Zeke, because I know the rest of you, I've told you this like 8 times. So with one of these kits, what I'm going to do, I'm going to base coat the armor pieces and then hand paint details on just to kind of experiment. And then seal the pieces. So it's got kind of this like hand brush aesthetic. But because it's Gundams, it's not going to look... It's going to look arty rather than just naff. And of course Papa Noggle sold out. Papa Noggle loves you. Traditionally, I use the Mr. Color, just because I buy a lot of my stuff for when we're doing Gundam stuff. I buy a lot of them from Japanese suppliers, which takes a long ass time to get here, but it saves me a few bucks overall. Shadows, I'm here to craft story plots and characters. I like your thinking. And hey, if you need us to brainstorm, we can help you brainstorm. I highly doubt that you need us to help, but... Yeah, no, I gotta... Sorry. That face was, as I was about to click off of Big Bad Toy Store, I was like, there's a Zoids X Fist of the North Star crossover? See, again, friends, I can't remember which of those big toy store online sellers is the one that's a bit shifty. Not shifty like steal your credit card info, but shifty like they sell pre-orders that they might not actually be able to fulfill. And they push people heavily towards pre-ordering. And, I don't know. One of the reasons why I go with new type so much is that they strictly do not do pre-orders. They only sell what they have. And it can lead to a bit of a rush when new kits come in, but, you know, better that than feeling played, you know what I mean? So yeah. Although I did remember something today, friends, that I realised I should have mentioned. I haven't actually been Warhammer clean since I was a wee. Because I was telling you all, like, I haven't done any Warhammer or 40k stuff since I was a loveless teenager. You know, during those, like, and I'm talking like 14 through to, 14 through to 18. And I realised, of course, when we did Total Warhammer, Eat Farts Rob, Games Workshop sent CA fuck tons of minis. Like, minis by the pallet. Which did actually include a bunch of 40k minis that we couldn't use for promotion. So we just had kind of like a, yo, anybody want these minis? Desk rush. It was great. But all of us on the comms team, Marcoms, fucking Rob. All of us on the Marcoms team got to like pick a faction and build our own. And I think I ended up doing Empire. I didn't paint very many. Put a few together. Could have done better. They did not send us pallet minis, no. Tiny little pallets. Seriously though, I don't know if you've seen a pallet of Warhammer. It's a fucking sight. God, yeah. Fred, I couldn't possibly comment. Honestly though, today is just kind of turning into Will gets to talk about his favourite stuff. Because to recap, the three things that we'll probably end up doing and talking about today. Warhammer, which my lore knowledge exceeds my, involvement these days. But it's a great thing to listen to when you're either working or trying to fall asleep. We're going to talk about Gundam, which lore-wise is mostly fucking garbage. But the minis are all... sorry, the minis. The kits are all amazing! And we're going to get to talk about BPRD because it's one of my favourite fucking comics of all time. Like, here's the thing. I'm genuinely tempted to pick it up for myself. Just so I can digi-read them. But I also know that I have no restraint or control when it comes to reading comics. And if they're digital and I'm just pushing one button, then it's good night, Gracie. Because like it's just PDFs. Maybe I'll stick them on my phone for when I'm traveling. Yay! J-Post! You don't have to enjoy it as much as me, but I'm very happy you took my recommendation. Yeah, well, so Shadows, it's actually one of the reasons why I think I eased off of reading manga online. Because when you're physically reading, like, graphic novels and stuff, like, the book ends, you have to put it down. But with a lot of the online stuff, you can just keep going. God, it's been a little while, but the last time I had to look up some research materials on giant robots, I was looking up a specific frame from the Front Mission manga, which is almost completely unknown. And I blinked and read the entire thing, start to finish. Which, not a great thing for productivity, let me tell you. Let me tell you. Then J-Post, you're in for a treat, friend. You're in for a treat. However, there is one downside to reading BPRD, and that is that the most recent Hellboy film, which, if you've not read the books, it's just a bad movie, you will become infuriated with how they fucking squandered it. Like, it will become rage-inducingly bad. Okay. No, gear graphics. Sorry, I missed your thing earlier, but no, that sounds fucking cool. Like, yo, if I had like time and cash, you know what I'd love to do gear graphic is split bases, by which I mean like, so you take standard bases, you make a silicon mold, and then you either break them up or cut them up or what have you, and then you pour clear resin or coloured resin in the other bits. You can do like little backlights and stuff for them. Hookshot, yes, links are postable. Only for subs. Well, I think VIPs are clear as well. Okay. Ooh. This is a pirate board game playtest. The random TTRPG stuff that we're working on. Fuck yeah. Magical skyship pirates? Let's fucking go! Fuck yes. I don't know, Hookshot. I don't know if we'd enjoy magical skyship pirate vessels. When do you sleep, Hookshot? Because, no, hang on. Because you are currently working on 2 games, at least. And this. When do you sleep, friend? Hookshot says it is 100% Skies of Arcadia and Treasure Planet. You've got moon magic. Love it. Lost Flowers. I did see the Zoids X Monster Hunter crossover. I managed to resist. I'm very proud of myself for that. I'm very proud of myself. Yay! That's 2. Again, friends, I'm not asking you to do this because of the partner link. Again, if you choose to pick this up without it, that's entirely fine with me. I'm just a big fucking fan of BPRD. How do you sleep? Hookshot says, 5 hours a night. Okay. I tell you what, friends, let's get started on the crafting projects. I just need to get the makers of crafting. I need to get the camera angle all set up. Not. No, wait, hang on. Hang on. Had this perfect earlier. Dingus that I am. I'll have to do. No, I've got to straighten it out, otherwise it will drive me loopy. Okay. So I've got loads of space over the keyboard here, and loads of space over here. Okie dokie. Way. You know what? I'm going to go for my emotional support 2000s flavoured nonsense. No. There we go. And once I'm ready, I've got my don't go blind light. But of course you can't see the Age of Sigmar box, and there we go. Right, let me get me tools. I mean this in only the PG-13 sense. Has anyone not seen my toolbox? Because I'm always very proud of this. And also, so for those of you who are crafting along, what are you making? Tell me what you're putting together or working on or what have you. And Hookshot, if that's something that would bring you value, then perhaps that's something we can organise maybe like next month after. But if that's something you're genuinely interested in, like we can put a team together. I mean, Hookshot, you'd have... Okay. If you can DM, I'll bring together like a little... I think 3 people is right for stream. Any more than that, it gets too soupy. But we could do this. I think if... Just considering how ram-packed the next couple of months are going to be, if you needed us to run something, then that would need to be a sponsored discussion. But only because I would need to have the resources to bribe Baron von Sheepington III to run it. Just, Well, Angel Cleaner, if you are busting out some chores, good on you. And numbers, I will see what's going down. I don't want to presume anything. All right. So I'll put that to a side. You know what? I'm just going to feckin' show you because I love this. If you haven't seen it, this is my toolkit. This is my make shit get put together kit. And it is all portable, and I take it because I can take it anywhere, and I fucking love that. Actually, let's move the slug cats out of the way. I do not need these little cuties getting stuff in. God. Perhaps I should have taken a leaf out of Kalina's book, and maybe my crafting today should also have been clearing up my space. Don't even worry about it. Life has been kicking my fucking ass recently. Why are you here? Why do I have 2 clamps? But I did get given. Fiona got me this little picture of Amos and River together. Just moving it so it doesn't get covered in nonsense. Okay. Alright. So. Extra thin, because I figure this glue is universal because it's plastic. And if it feels like I keep messing with this, it's because I'm trying to make it so that the mat is straight for you lot. It is not straight on anything else right now. And I'm not saying I'm a perfectionist, I'm just... Okay, so... And numbers, it does sound like you are the target audience for what it is Hookshot's building. Okay, so let's see what we get in this little kit. And again, like, For those of you in for Crow Country, like, I think I even showed you where the store that I bought my first fucking Warhammer minis was. I think I showed you all that. And, like, it was all of those, like, super early 90s kits. Because let me tell you, friends, 90s fucking Warhammer was a vibe. It's like they just started to realize that it made bank. And it made a bit more money than, say, like, the model planes and stuff like that. Because that was always the section it was in. Alright, let's see what we get. Okay. Oh. Okay, so one of these is more of like a sturdy, we put it together in a few. Sorry, I don't have to... So, hang on, I need to get the fancy lights on, so the sprue is not going to show up. So it's a one sprue and done. Over to you, fancy light. Okay. Try not to blind myself and everybody. Nope. I don't think it actually helps. Alright. Move it in a little bit more. Oh, and this is our little, like, paintbrush and, like, little pot set here. Which we're not really fucking with today. Now let's try. There we go. I think you can see a little bit better there, friends, right? Okay. So we've got one main body here, and then we've got the pieces of main body here. So it's kind of like it's teaching us basic chunky beastie with one set, and then it's teaching us the more complicated, like, build it how you find it. So JPO says, what grade of Gundam is easiest for someone who's never built one? So the technical answer is called entry grade. Entry grade comes on one sheet. You can literally, if you don't mind it, you can pop the pieces out with your hands and clip it together in like 20 minutes. I really like making the entry grade kits. I find it kind of relaxing. After that, the basic kind of like 1-1-4-4 scales are pretty good. The master grades can be easier, they just take longer. And the master grade is the bigger, so it's 1/100 scale, but the pieces are bigger and chunkier. Because I personally find real grade to be quite complicated. Real grade it's smaller and super complicated. Anyway. So yeah, so J-Post, entry grade is like just pop it together, make it yours. And you can get those in Gundam flavor, Pokemon flavor. I think there's a couple other franchises that have entry grade setups. I need the box for the instructions. Okay. Okay, let's put this over here so you all can see what it is I'm putting together. And Numbers and Hookshot, if you'll are both on the Discord, so you should be able to message each other via DM. Ah yes, Vanderbeest, the Bear Guys. They're not technically entry grade, which is weird, but that's just naming convention. That's no Gundam, that's a Vindicator, indeed. And I am to vindicate my hobbies. Look, friends, I'm kind of happy to... A little bit of me is happy to return to model building. But the fact that Neon Hive thought the Longship was cool enough to send a press box to... Because, hey, these press kits they aren't cheap, right? Which means that they think that we're worth sending goodies to. So, I don't know. Forgive me if it seems a little bit cheesy that I'm enjoying it, but... Man, I should have put the Warhammer Skulls sticker the other way, shouldn't I? Oh well. But yeah, so Quasi, once we've glued this little mother hubbard together, after that, I'm probably going to work on one of the Gundams, and you can help me choose between big project go slow or silly project go quick. Both are valid. And Dustin, if you don't mind me choosing for you, do Beachcomber's Bounty. Your Team Warhammer. That's cool. I mean, the thing is, I did my time. You know, I was predominantly a Blood Angels kid. Although, like everybody else, I did come up with at least one like personal color scheme that was kind of like... You'll remember... Oh, I forget what his proper name was. Battle Cat from He-Man. How he was like green with orange stripes. I basically did my own like little, unintentionally Battle Cat themed chapter. Paying like, what was it like? I had like 10 Marines in a vehicle in that style. It was real fun. Angelina, I wouldn't go that far. The day we have to admit that people know how cool we are is the day I have to worry. Okay, so let's do Big Chunky Bastard first. So we want 10, 11, and 12. There's a few things with Warhammer that I'll have to just kind of get back into the habit of. Because on one hand, with Warhammer, you don't have to worry about stress marks, right? Because ultimately, it's all going to be painted. And the plastic is a lot softer. But you can't just, like, sand off the bits that are giving you trouble, because... Well, I mean, I guess you could. But it's not going to go as cleanly as it might have other... Wise. Okay, now we do keep all the weird stuff there, okay. This takes me back. Alright. Oh, and 12. Here we go. That big busted body right there. Oh, it's got a right good body. I haven't looked to see what the other people who've got the Skulls boxes got for their minis. Like I said, all I know about the other people who were part of the Skulls promotion is that they got Papa Nurgle, and I didn't. Which means obviously we're not quite the favourite. We're not quite the favourites yet, but we will be. We will be. Oh, I should save these up. Sorry, I saw a tip online, which is something I will do if I have the time to do it. So, you know, anytime you're building minis and you get those weird little seams where the pieces don't quite fit, I saw one person online, what they do is they take this stuff, like the extra thin cement, and then they take all the plastic from the sprues, from the grey, and melt it into that, and then use it as like polyfiller, but for minis. I was like, fuck, that's clever. Because, like, ultimately, work smarter, not harder, right? Sprue glue. Yeah, sprue glue. Let's go. It's thinner than blue stuff, green stuff, and it gets it fucking done. Hey, Dustin, I got you. I got you. I mean, Quasi, it serves the purpose. It serves the same thing as watered down green stuff, yeah. Gear says the base Citadel glue also works like sprue glue. Okay, that kind of stuff I have in my other box. And that's the stuff that just fucking dissolves plastic and then reforms it. But that can be a little bit, but like if the problem is gaps to fill, it can get a bit messy. Because if you try and use that style of glue when there's a gap, you can end up with a divot and you're still in the same place you were before. Like, the sprue glue is great because it works essentially, yeah, as like mini-sized. Oh, you don't. Mini-sized polyfiller. Yeah. Something weird about listening to Street Fighter Third Strike and other tunes whilst making minis. Okay. Sorry, friends. I'll just get right. Getting this camera angle has been very, very tricky. Yeah. Just cast through this like the eye of a fucking beholder. And again, like, I've been so used to working with Gundam kits that have much more rigid plastic. This feels like I'm taking a weekend off, you know? This feels like easy mode. So Shadows, give us some more details. Shadows is doing some like world building stuff today, so we get to play kind of like the sculpting consculptants, if you will. The Crafternoon of consculptants. I'm on a fucking roll today. I live in awe at the glory of my own terrible puns. Okay. I still dream about actually being able to go to a bar and play Commander with humans. My day will come. And I have decks already. Honestly, I don't even... That's the bottom of the shoe though, that'll be fine. Sorry, I was just trying to decide whether or not I wanted to clean up this guy's little Stetson heel here. Oh, you know, Quasi, that would be fucking cool. Do you know what makes my little heart happy? And I know this is a dumb thing to be happy about, but like, back in the day, Mox here in Seattle, Mox Cafe, it's board games, minis, D&D, the whole shebang, twin with like a little bar restaurant, you know, where you can rent a room and also get bevies and stuff like that. It was always such a fascinating, I don't know, pilgrimage to come to anytime I was out in Seattle. And what makes me so happy is that there are now so many more places like that worldwide. Mox is still something special. The community, the decorum, there's something special in the air there, especially with the prices. But, like, because Quasi was saying to come to, I'm like, oh, you've got to come to Mox. And then my brain went, there's probably something like that wherever Quasi is in the world. I'm like, and that's fucking cool. Yeah. So Shadows, a part of my brain kind of came to terms with the fact that Warhammer, Magic the Gathering Arena is never going to have Commander, because Commander is a format that runs counter to the gacha method. That even though it's very, very fun, and even though it's actually something that keeps non-competitive players in the Magic the Gathering sphere, how it plays doesn't work well with opening random boosters and things like that. It's all about specifics and like bringing stuff together. But once you have enough, you have enough. It's not like with, you know, standard and tournament and shit like that. So yeah. It would be nice if they did. And yes, J-Pose is right. Multiplayer is much, much harder to program than 1v1. Okay. Sorry, I'm not doing a good job of giving you all a view here. Okay, just clean up this guy's armor a little bit. It's just the fact that I can clean this up just with my fingernail. I'm too used to working on Gundinium. Hey look, Eraman, if it does turn out that that the Magic lot do end up adding Arena to Commander to Arena, hey, look, I'm happy to be wrong. Like, I'm happy to eat crow, but. Just Fred, Papa Noggle loves you. I just wish he loved me a little less this fucking week, let me tell you. My body's still purging all the gunk from being sick. And it would be nice to not wake up and hack up a lung like I've been chain smoking cigars all day. You know? I'm getting all the downsides of being a chain smoker and none of the fucking upsides right now. Ooh, nice. I lost flowers. That's way cool. And again, friends, if any of you want to post like pictures and progress in, well, we should probably use. You know what? Let's use Creation Celebration today. Even if it's Gundams, even if it's Warhammer minis. I know usually No Grey is where that lives, but I don't know. No Grey is kind of like a challenge that turned into our Gundam channel. Fred, I couldn't possibly comment. I will say though, it's hard to dislike the one god in Warhammer that actually likes you. Like, maybe he could be a little less gross about it, but he's actually happy you're here. Hello, baby boy. You're okay. You are okay. How did you... Come here. Come here. How did you bust your cone open? No, come here. Come here. You little turtler. You little turtler. Come here. Come here. You're alright. You're okay. You're not in trouble. Amos! Amos, you will turn. There we go. There we go. Hang on, hang on, hang on. There you go. Good boy. He somehow managed to half peel his cone off. Oh, lovely. Asari's doing big canvas stuff and is just sealing it. Go you! I figured you'd be doing some crafting. Okay. Okay. So now it gets weird. So we are here. Little tiny head, little tiny body, little tiny butt. Head and body, they're hanging out, they're having a good time, they're living their best life. Oh, he's supposed to have like a dramatic head tilt. So he's supposed to have his head like this. Lol. So that he's like, oh, I'm so serious. If we do, I tell you what, if we continue to do minis, not just Gundams, I'm gonna need to change my setup because it looks nice and clean. Bring it up here. It's like he's in shadow. Wah! Blurry, blurry shadow. I love this for us. I need to get better lighting in here. I know. Oh, and gear. That looks real nice. Digging the lava flow. So sorry, thank fuck. There's been no real gaming news today. And again, because like the only time you hear gaming news on a weekend is when it's bad. So yeah. There's not really been anything to natter on. And honestly, I'll take a no news as good news. Okay. So there are some visible seamage here. Like you've got this, I don't even know if it'll show up here. There's a little gap in the back of his shoulder. I don't think there's anything to be doing on that. Don't know if I've got any of the toothpicks kicking around. Because I'd almost need to apply it to the back of the Mini to fill it in. Honestly, that might be a bit too perfectionist for what we're going for today. Okay, yeah, so jumping back. So the art contest in the city festival and the character that in the graffiti piece he did. As Shadows, I think I've missed a step in what you've been telling us, so I do apologise. So is there an art contest in the city where you're basing it? Like, give us some more of the world. Hello, River. Yes, hello. Can you help me build minis? Are you going to help me build minis? Okay. Now, so far this hasn't needed anything glue-wise, so I wonder if they've designed this to be adhesives not required. Oh shit! He's still got crap on his knee. Good work, me. Good work. Right, it's time to bust out the craft knife. Now, usually I'm not too fussed with this miniature-wise, but so like here. Little dude's got the edging of nub marks. It's like the graphical part of it. Graphical? Jesus, it's like my brain doesn't leave dev mode. The visual part of the nub mark doesn't matter for diddly. But the little stress lines do. So I'm trying to decide if I've got it. Yeah, I mean, Harmonious, this will be the first starter kit that I have had hands-on with since the 90s. And the last kit that I had, like, the Space Marine had 2 parts, the Chaos Marine had 1, was just a mini and a base. I mean, so here's the thing, I've rolled with people who have been have been Warhammer fans since the beginning. You know, people I used to laugh with, they had the original rulebook. My buddy Pete had the test kit, the just pen and paper printout of Warhammer Fantasy Battles, like that OG shit they were doing. And a lot of people have had a lot of very strong opinions about Games Workshop over the years. I was there when they said they were going to be moving away from lead, and one of the reasons they gave it was going to make things a lot cheaper. But as much as I'd like to critique, you know, from like a business standpoint, I also understand they've gone through 2 recessions now and have survived. Like, this is still there are still Warhammer stores across the world. There's one up in, I want to say, Linwood, here in Seattle. Like an honest-to-goodness Games Workshop store, not just a place that sells these minis. And if you grew up in the UK, they used to be on every high street. You know, there was one back in fucking Staines. Horsham didn't have a dedicated Games Workshop, but there was what we just called the Nerd Store, which was a shit ton of, like, everything. Like, sometimes I forget that if you didn't grow up in the UK, it's hard to know how everywhere Warhammer was. I don't know if that's still the case. I think all of the UK squad are in bed at this point, because I did start very late. Anyway, so I think I'm going to pop this little sucker apart and just put a little touch of glue in there, for at least for the headpiece, because if that pops off later on, it's going to be rattling around. Oh yeah, sorry. You know what, sorry, it's because you keep very late hours. My brain's like, oh, it's just, yeah, sorry's here, that makes sense. I'm so sorry. So sorry. The downside is you can't use parts separators on Warhammer minis because it will fuck up the plastic. Okay, I'm forgiven. Alright. That's good. And because, friends, people forgetting about whales is pretty much a meme at this point. Yeah, there was one little piece on the shoulders that I wasn't happy. Oh no, I made it worse. I made it worse. Okay, I fixed it. Oh no, I made it worse! Okay, it's good. Lost Flowers says they have one not too far up from. That's fascinating. Now, one thing that I think is really interesting is that throughout the years, the air quotes Games Workshop business model stayed predominantly the same, in that it was always about getting people to go into the stores. You know, go there to play, go there to talk to the people running the stores, with the idea being that you walk in with the intent of just like hanging out for a bit, and you leave with, you know, at least 50 quid's worth of stuff. I think I'm happy with this. Eagle lives. I couldn't possibly comment. How you doing, friend? I'm talking about Warhammer, building Warhammer. I'm a little bit sponsored. Again, I'm not entirely sure if this counts as a sponsored stream, but we were given this by, I don't know if it counts as Games Workshop or if it counts as Neon Hive, but this was definitely a whole thing. So, you know, the whole better safe than sorry, right? Anyway, let's secure this cheeky burger. Eagle lives with, I am very sober I have no idea what Warhammer is. I've never played it or worked at it, or a company that has made stuff or voiced anything related. Oh wow, then come on in. Let me tell you the history of Warhammer. I will say, you know what? I'll have to try and find it. I found a very good video online, which is like the condensed history of Warhammer, where it came from, how it came to be. And the thing that I think is really important about it is it's a lovely reminder that making some weird shit with your friend is always more valuable than this whole like tech bro industry genius like self-wankery. You know? But what I mean is like, so the guys who started out that would go on to like found this whole operation, they're just a couple of dingleberries from the Midlands, and they got the UK distribution rights to early D&D. And then, you know, D&D started getting bigger and bigger, and they were like, actually, we're going to handle it ourselves. And they were like, fuck, what are we going to do? So they made their own. Warhammer, the tabletop RPG, was fine. One of my great regrets in life is that one of the school libraries, I think from my middle school, had the published version of original Warhammer Fantasy. Not battles, not war minis, but like the D&D dice rolling. And it was so interesting. Not because it was brilliant, but because there was so much bizarre, cliched flavor to it. Like, it was fun. It was stupid. And because British censorship isn't as strong as the US when it comes to like depictions of Christianity and shit like that, it was like, here's a bunch of orcs. Now they go to Christian hell and do some violence and shit. Oh, what's up, Satan? Hey, boys. You know, Chaos very early on was just Catholic hell. And there's also the elemental planes, which they kind of borrowed from D&D, which again is fine. But sorry, there are dragons in Warhammer. There's a little... It changes from edition to edition what dragon be, but predominantly cool elves get dragons. Be a cool elf, get a dragon. Or a vampire, get an undead dragon. Lots of different dragons. Yeah, so Eagle Lives, we're doing like a little craft along. So I don't know if you want to do like a drink and draw or a drink and build or something, but come join us, friend. That's what we're doing this afternoon. Like, that's it. I'm going to put together these two minis, and then we're either going to work on Gundam Thunderbolt, full armor Gundam from Gundam Thunderbolt, or we're going to work on 7-Eleven Gundam. Okay, you got the drinking bit covered, thank you. Because I am still not well enough to drink, so you're drinking for two today. Oh, and what I am drinking, I don't know if I can show you without spilling everything. It's one of these like zero extra sugary sugar drinks, because my little internal organs have been very mad at me. Oh, thank you. I've been working out. I haven't actually done my nails in ages. Oh, numbers. That sounds real good. That sounds real good. As an aside to an aside, the Mexican sodas that I really love, they do like a 5% version, like an alcoholic one, which like I couldn't drink a lot of them because I'd see through space and time, but the combination of like 5% alcohol, which for me is kind of like low APV now, and that nice like proper sugar bevy, oh, that's probably gonna be one of my summer drinks. Hey, Eagle Lives, that's how I can track how much you've had to drink, because you're being nice to me. Me and Eagle Lives got to hang out a whole bunch at GDC, and so I'm still happy we got that. Though, okay, weird thing, I got messaged by somebody today from like the BAFTA community. Turns out there's one guy in the UK games industry who like also worked at CA and also worked at Improbable. And I'm like, how was I not the only person that made that mistake back to back? Ow! Fucking spiky little shit! Trying to get this bellend's head glued in. His spiky little helm of Sigmar. Mate, I am your creator! I am your god! Do not stab me! Little fuck. Okay, that's cool. I am no god! Answer to me! Oh, Eagle lives. Like, thank you. What's more likely to happen is that I'm gonna end up, like, I think maybe next year, maybe year after. God's willing. God's willing. I'll end up basically doing like a mini tour because I need to see you and so many other people.
Okay, but have you considered, from Hell's Heart I stand with thee?
I actually had not considered that, but thank you, Numbers. Wait. Who am I in this analogy? Am I the whale, or am I the... or am I Ahab in this analogy? Okay. I am the whale in this one, okay. And Lost Bowers, you're right, I am not the God Emperor of Mankind, but we're mates, we go way back. And Angel Kalina, not a bad shout, not a bad shout. And Scotty, whoa and welcome. I was just talking about, well, I was talking about the ubiquity of Games Workshops in every UK high street. I'm putting together my my Sigmar Marines, and it's going rather well. How are you doing? Yup. Well, I mean, sorry, Moose was saying, regardless, Moose has been enjoying people on social media going back to Moby Dick and realizing it's amazingly gay. I love how every few years on social media, somebody rediscovers what the term shipmate actually means, and then goes, oh. Shipmate is the naval equivalent of they were roommates, you know what I'm saying? Okay, what's the next two parts? We want 14, 15, and 13. The reason I'm being overly careful with a knife is because I don't trust myself right now. Work out a better spade. Scotty says that their mate lived above a Warhammer shop and they wish the Emperor would come down and stop them throwing their disposable vapes on her roof. By the Emperor's light, if I get one more vape up here, someone's turning into a noise marine. Okay, 13, 14, 15. Alright, here's my 15 shield. Actually, so Dustin, I would say that the existence of Moby Dick confirms the existence of Moby Clam Slam, a sequel of epic proportion. I tell you what, again, friends, if this all works out, I will definitely look into a much better lighting setup for future crafting. Because I want to show you more of what I'm doing, but it's like, without this, I can't really see diddly squat, right? And you all get this weird washed out. But with my crafty light, you can't see fuck. But if I change it round, you can't see my face. Well, that might work if I just lean over it. Yeah, there we go. That'll force me to be crafty. Alright, thank you all. I thought Moby Clam Slam was funny as shit. My comedic genius is wasted on you all. Throwing vapes on the roof is heresy. It'll work. Also, sorry, I see your painting. That looks really fucking cool. I'm 14, that's this one. Okay, cool. But yeah, no, I just... The thing I was kind of touching on earlier was, like, the story of, you know, Citadel miniatures and stuff like that. It's not like a heartwarming tale of friends in, like, a Stand By Me situation. Alright, how about that? No, that's bad. That's just my chin on fire. Okay. You know what it is? This Mother Hubbard keeps adjusting the white balance. That's fucking why. Exposure. Okay. I just realised that's why every time I keep moving this, it fucking change. Alright, let's see if I can make this a little bit better for you all. Oh, far too much. Okay, that might work. How's that? Okay, the focus also needs to fucking not. Woo! God, don't believe it. Okay, okay, I think we found a good solution now. And I don't just mean the glue. Alright, back to our regularly scheduled program. Before you is the face of a man who completely fucking forgot what it was we were talking about. I'm a consummate professional. 14. There we go. Oh shit, now I've got the exposure right, I can just do that. God, now I can actually fucking see what I'm doing. I know, Scotty was just saying they've got to grab Cheeto Flaming Hot Twists. I've just got the puffy Cheetos waiting for me. At some point, I'm just going to be a full-on degen and just, like, beast an entire bag of Cheeto Puffs to myself. They're not Wotsits, but they're the closest thing that will scratch the itch, you know what I mean? Okay, that is an ugly-ass cut, and we'll clean that up in just a second. do the snips, then we'll do the clips. Oh. Decadence numbers. Decadence. Yeah, exactly. Well, and Scotty, I don't know if it's through, like, ignorance or hubris, but the fact that you can't just get an industrial fucking bag of Watsits is criminal. If there is one thing that is understood very clearly in the Americas, is that when you get Cheetos, you get Cheetos. Not a 12 bag of tiny bags that if you want to live like a degen, you must individually decanter into a bowl. And I think, yeah, I mean, also it's the Cheetos Puffs. Oh, okay, sorry, now, I'm not saying this to make people hungry, this is just where my brain's at. I would do a fucking crime for some nice and spicy knickknacks today. And I get why you can't buy those in super bags. That would kill a person. Right, that's too much flavour. Oh. Don't worry about it. She'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I totally didn't cut it far too close to the crimp there. It's so weird going back to this though. One, because it never fucking leaves you. And two, because it's so different than doing Gundam cuts. Because in Gundam cuts, it won't show up, but the little nub mark here, that's the kind of thing you want to avoid at all costs. However, with this, it doesn't fucking matter as long as it's clean. It doesn't matter if you stretch the plastic, paint over it. And I guess if you're airbrushing as well, it doesn't matter with Gundams. You crunchy Watsits, spicy knickknacks. How things have changed while I've been gone. I forget how we got on the topic of London the other day. Someone was chatting about it, and I had to admit that, like, while I love that city, I can't claim to know it anymore because it's probably changed so drastically. I hadn't thought that the same logic would apply to snack foods. You know, next you'll tell me there's like a new Monster Munch superior to pickled onion. Because boy, there has never been a stronger contest for third place than Monster Munch flavors. Oh, and friends, if there's anything you want to natter about, model making, Gundam, fucking whatever, please feel free to just like throw in banter topics. I understand talking about snack foods that you cannot acquire is one of the most... it's definitely a vibe. Oh, you know, but Scotty, Flaming Hot Monster Munch, that's been around for a good while. Oh, and I managed to find how to get Chili Heatwave Doritos out here. They just have a really fucking weird name that has nothing to do with spice or chili. But you can get them. Butt stuffed Doritos! I'm sorry, what? Because on the one hand, Eagle Lives, that's a horrifying mental image. On the other, that is the best drag stage name I've heard all week. Yeah, no, Dustin, it's... I wonder if it's like different like class archetypes. So like in the UK, you can't get dill pickle crisps, which I love. which are a slightly less aggressive, more flavorful salt and vinegar. But in the UK, you can get pickled onion, and pickled onion flavor stuff is dope. I mean, even Space Raiders, the 10p a bag polystyrene stoner special, their pickled onion flavor, kind of good. And at 10p a bag, can't say fucking fairer than that for a pack of tinnies. Yeah, please welcome to the stage, BS Dorito! It works, it works. You know, you can hear that RuPaul Drag Race, and who are you? I'm Butt Stuff Dorito. Swish. Like spin turn. It works. It works.
Like that, like that, like that. Yeah.
Just cleaning up this little like.
Yeah.
Oh, beans, I made it very bad. Okay, it looks worse than it is. It looks worse than it is. It'll be fine when it gets painted. Don't worry about it. Hey! Jay, you fucking legend. What a welcome. Sea Witch, lovely to see you. Hello, hello. And Grand Tape, that's a great question. We'll get on that in just a second. Jay, I shall indeed. I shall hold them. I shall offer them tea. Questionable British snacks, which is what we were kind of talking about. How are you doing? To those of you who just joined us, Watto, and welcome. We are having a Crafternoon, coffee and crafting. Although I ran out of coffee and I'm now sipping a sparkling wild berry Celsius. How are you all doing, friends? If you've got a crafting project, if you've got some art stuff that you've been putting off, crack it open. Come join us. We're just making stuff and having a natter. Jay, how was your stream? What were you up to? I hope you're doing splendid, friend Watto, and welcome. And to any of my lot, if you're not already following Jetman Jay, please do. I mean, there's many reasons I should recommend to you Jetman Jay. They're a fellow gin drinker, I think is my most succinct. Okay. Yeah, so Jay, we're doing a sponsored... Well, whether or not this is a sponsored stream is a topic for the sages and not for I, but it is Warhammer Skulls event next Thursday. We got sent a care package from them which contained these two chucklefucks, the Vindicators, which may be my new favourite wrestling duo. But we got sent this little starter kit, and yeah, so we're putting these two cheeky, bespoke Greco Space Marines together. Yeah, and Jay, I was super lucky to get on this because a lot of the people who are part of the Skulls promotion are way bigger than I am, so I'm super grateful for that one. I'm having a good time. So Jay was saying they did an impromptu stream after some plans went awry, decided some tests and new redeems. Hey, that sounds fucking cool. It's good to see you. If you want to stay and chill, or if you need to trundle off, no worry. If any of Jay's lot, if any of you haven't met me, my name's Will. I stream full time. I also work in video game, and I worked in video games. And in the past, I worked on Total War and shit like that. So if you want to know anything about the games industry, I got you. Okay. Well, Jay, like I said, if you want to join us for crafting and coffee, you are cordially invited, friend. Cordially invited. You know? This is just it. 2000s ambient jungle, maybe some chill vibes. Putting these little chuckle fucks together. And once I'm done with these minis, I have either the Gundam Thunderbolt to work on or the 711 Gundam, which, like, the Gundam Thunderbolt is my current ongoing project. Like, I've inked the sprue. Was kind of like the fiscal savviness of a child. That was how you could tell who knew their shit. You know, you see anybody reaching for those like bonbon style heavy boiled sweets? Nah, they're about to blow their entire pocket's worth of change. Don't go down on that sinking ship. You know, Jay, if you find it, please do DM it to me. I'd really appreciate that. Because the thing is, I've never been musically gifted per se. There's a lot of music culture I never looked into because so much of it is just there as you're growing up, right? And, you know, as I've gotten older, learning all these fascinating things. You know, learning about the Amen Break, learning how many iconic songs are just an amalgamation of super old samples, like twisted, reforged, and reshaped into tracks that would become so iconic as to be culture, you know what I mean? 2 pounds of coffee creams, please. There's a person who knows how to live. Sorry, jumping back. Smallest Waffle said, and I quote, they'd call the manager on you if you tied some balloons to the pot as well. That's when they stopped doing the self-service for the pick and mix very quickly. Because there was a technique, if you could master it, where you could hold the pot steady, but your arm was taking the weight. So it was still registering some weight, but you had to have a super steady arm to be able to pull it off. The techniques of young, broke British children. Anyway, so whilst Jetman J and Squad came in, Grand taken a really interesting question, which is, what-ho? If you need a topic to discuss, what is your biggest gaming blind spot? Like a really big franchise you haven't played or engaged within, or like a genre you never play. I mean, so for me, it's quite obvious to spot. And Clank, Watto, and welcome. We're having a crafting afternoon. What is my gaming blind spot? I mean, I've talked about it with you all. It's obviously like sports games for me, but I guess less obviously like on the big franchises that I've never really engaged with. Going into the memory banks as hard as I can. I've tried to keep myself abreast of quite a lot of stuff.
My Rokaku forces are on patrol in all major metropolitan areas to make sure these terrorists are behind bars where they belong.
You know what? I'll ruminate with that one Grand take. And to Bubba Girl, Fran, Watto, and welcome. We're crafting if you'd like to come join us. So Angel Kalina, I definitely... sorry, was The Sims one of yours? I definitely engaged with The Sims in the early Sims 1 into Sims 2. We got into some weird shit with that. I guess the whole story narrative on mobile... Ah, Split Jay, thank you for sending that across. Sorry would say that their kind of like blank spot for gaming was definitely the Final Fantasy, and that's understandable. Like, one does not simply engage with Final Fantasy as a franchise. And I'm sure this goes without saying, friends, if there are ever any of those kinds of franchises that you want to engage with, like, let me know. I am very good at helping people through that, like, initial process. I like to think that's my sommelier powers at work, you know? Because sometimes just asking people their favourite Final Fantasy and picking that isn't the best way to start it. But then the flip side being is like, whichever one it is that you engage with initially is the most valid.
Wild and wonderful music.
I got heavily involved with The Sims very early alpha. It was called Little Computer People on the C64 in 1985.
Jesus, dude. I'm sorry. So Scotty, if you check the title of this stream, it's called Crafting and Coffee Afternoon, not Scotty Body's Will with Seniority. Damn. You win. Flawless victory. I can't step to that. Yeah, so Grand Take's question is really interesting because you have to really know yourself to know your blind spots, right? So I think that's why it's such a valid question. Alright.
Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2.
Scotty says it was a 2D side view of the Sims type thing. It was very basic. I guess that was kind of proto creatures, right?
We boys hound them for the sounds. 2015, my bank account was nowhere to be found. Look at me now, hardcore composer, fall to the floor, spinning glitter in sunny shores. Where we never know more. Promoter score off me. Lab rats want the cheese. Look at expectations with ease.
God, I love Too Mellow.
Big moves, adjust my aim by degrees. I see you breaking the rules.
Actually, so the person who made this soundtrack, made this album, super fucking cool, huge Jet Set Radio fan like myself. They actually did a bunch of tracks for Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. That's how like established Too Mellow is in like the Jet Set fandom. Grand Texas said they didn't have a powerful PC growing up, so their blind spot is basically PC games up to the 2010s. Yeah. I mean, I'm not a great person to ask because my need for knowledge about games is voracious. I'm damn near like a I wouldn't even call myself a historian, like an academic. So like, the spheres of knowledge that I didn't have, I went back. So I missed out on the Xbox and PS, I would say like end of PS2 into PS3 era, and so I voraciously consumed everything that I missed. Same with the PS1 and consoles I didn't have. And then whilst I was like dire homeless, all the PC games that I couldn't access because I didn't have a PC. Best I had was a MSN account and an internet cafe. Oh. Sorry, that was a flashback of a memory I wish not to recall. But I think it's an interesting one to like think about. It was very, very funny though. I was telling somebody in the bar the other night about how like
People come up to me and they say, "Hey,
I did not have sports games really growing up. I mean, so I had like a lot of kids who were Sega kids. I had the like the 1/100 pack and things like that. That was like where Sega would do these like. It would have like Sensible Soccer 97 in a combo pack with like Shinobi and shit like that. And as a kid with very few games and too much time, I played it. I broke it by using auto fire and the header button, which I still thought was very funny. But we didn't have sports team. We didn't have a household sports team, so I never got into sports. I thought hockey was kind of fun, but most games were kind of dull in the face of like Blood Bowl and shit like that, and Mutant League Hockey. But the only sports game that I played a lot was NHL 97 on the PC, because for some reason I just got into it. But knowing nothing about sports teams, knowing nothing about ice hockey, I picked as my team the Phoenix Coyotes, because they had the coolest logo. Now, if you don't know American topography, Phoenix is a fucking desert. I picked an ice hockey team from a desert. And the thing is, again, you could break the AI on that really easily by doing a certain like pattern movement, which meant that I could take them to the Stanley Cup and win. I didn't know who Stanley was, why his cup was so significant, and yet. I think the thing that surprises me is that even though we're in this age of like instantaneous communication and mass knowledge, it's amazing you can still have huge blind spots though. You know, even me, who spends stupid amounts of time staying up to date on everything that's releasing, even I've been missing games recently. You know? To frustrate myself. Watto and welcome. How goes it? We're building some Vindicators? Revindicators? We're basically having like a little craft and hangout day. So if you've got any crafting projects or anything you've been wanting to work on, or any like drawing projects, fan arts, who knows? Come join us. That's all we're doing today. Who says it's technically Lord Stanley? The great Lord Stanley. No, surprise, it's real crafting with real stuff. So as an FYI, this is a semi-sponsored stream. I don't know if this particularly counts. We haven't been paid to do this. But overall, whether this counts as Games Workshop or Neon Hive or what have you, we got sent a care package for the Warhammer Skulls promotion that contained this like Vindicator's starter set for Age of Sigmar. And so I'm putting it together. I haven't built minis since I left CA, and even that was more for work than for anything else. I haven't really been into minis and mini paintings since, you know, since I was a loveless teenager. Yeah, I'm crafting them Sigmarines. And once we're done with these and they're drying, we can either do the full metal Gundam from Gundam Thunderbolt or the 7-Eleven Gundam. But yeah, jumping back. The European mind cannot comprehend buying Snickers in a 5-gallon bucket. Yeah. That was so funny on Sea of Thieves last night, where I was trying to explain to the Americans that the European mind can't comprehend a Bass Pro Shop. And they kept being like, oh, but it's just a store for outdoorsy people. I'm like, you don't understand the madness of which you normalize. The unhinged fuckery that you have internalized as a thing that should exist. Okay, it was the general governor of Canada in the late 1800s. Oh, there we go. Now we know why Stanley has their own cup. Oh, and cold ankles, that's fair. Yeah. What's it like, Ehrman? There is nothing like the Bass Pro Shop pyramid in the UK. There's no equivalent. And the fact that it's just for outdoorsy type nonsense breaks my brain. You know, I was trying to explain to the other Sea of Thieves pirates that, like, a camping store in the UK isn't really that big a deal. Like, it's just a store that sells some camping stuff, right? The Bass Pro Shops are a whole nother beast entirely. They exist outside of logic, space, and time. Generous. I got your vibe. I will actually say, like, buying baby chickens from, like, a farm supply store, actually quite common in the UK. But it's usually, like, down a country road a few miles in a strange, like, partially converted farm itself. So Ehrman's telling me that the pyramid used to be a sports arena, was purchased by the Bass Pro Shop owner because of a fishing bet. Yeah. Like, I'm not saying it's inherently bad. I would, if I get the opportunity, I am absolutely the fuck going there. Right? Absolutely. Without a shadow of a doubt. But it's just, there's no allegory. There's no comparison for it. I'm sure there are things in the UK that make no fucking sense to anywhere else. But, like, shit I think about way too much. I will say, I love doing these, like, crafting streams with you all. This is not the fastest way to get shit done, that is for sure. I'm like the epitome of the do not talk to this person, they have a deadline. Like, Will, how much minis have you built in 2 hours? Well, I've almost finished one. Verdant says, there's no analogue because the real pyramids wouldn't fit in the British Museum, let alone the pro-bass ones. There are limits to even the British Museum's gumption. And Holy Bus, whatto and welcome. Currently we're talking about the Bass Pro Shop Pyramid and how it makes no sense to the European mind, myself included. We're also building some marines. So I'm just letting this guy set for a second while we get his base all set up. And then job's a good one. Oh, and I need 16 for him. That's 9. And that is 16. Okay. Sure, that is the right way around. So funky. Me. Okay. Huh.
Hold your butts. It's time for Jet Set Classic.
Oh, it's not supposed to slot in. That's just supposed to be a piece of decoration on the base. Alright, cool.
30 years. Once I dust it off a little, I'm gonna let her rip. So listen up.
There we go. Alright. Kind of biffed up on this bit here. Don't even worry about it. Sorry, jumping back in. C222 asked a dumb AI what the UK equivalent is to the Bass Pro Shop, and it told me that it's the Trafford Centre. No, that just make. If you saw the Trafford Centre as an individual from the United States of America or Canada equivalent, that place makes sense. It's a shopping centre, right? It makes sense. Your brain isn't going to give you the whole what madness lies in the heart of men. You know what? I'm not actually going to glue the little matey boy down. Okay, so here's the marine as sorry, got me saying it now. Here is our blokey as would be. The thing I was having trouble with is I was trying to match up. Because on this base, there are 2 holes. And I thought that was 2 holes for each part of the foot. Nah. It's just as standard. So this comes with a little piece of terrain to block it on up, right? So yeah, so now we've got him all set up. And if I don't clip him in, then I can just use that part of the base for painting him later. So Caffeine, Watto, and welcome. You got in just as Vindicator 1 has been constructed. Hopefully looking at these minis from a top-down perspective doesn't trigger any of you DMs out there. It's not on purpose.
I've been around the world, but like my bedroom the most. So you know I won't go away. I got the golden voice, even if ventriloquists couldn't throw away. I need understanding, my presence is demanded. Buy some merch, maybe I can spin it on a stand-in. One mellow, cause the two is seeing double.
So I guess, Scotty, things that... Okay, here's something that might be... Here's something that might discombobulate the American mind. Edinburgh. And okay, I know that doesn't seem like a thing. Like, it's Edinburgh, it's a city. Like, what's to know? But Edinburgh is also a functioning castle. That, in the event of a siege, Edinburgh could actually function. Not a modern siege with artillery, but a traditional siege. Like Edinburgh Castle is a functioning castle. And most of Edinburgh is a castle city. So I don't actually know, that doesn't work, because so many of you are like history buffs and the ilk that's just logical. I don't know. I'll think of something, alright? A Caffeine. You have to let me know if you pull off any of the shenanigans. Not to sound like a Game of Thrones character, but if it does happen, when it happens, I want to be able to message them and be like, it was me.
My tips are reaching out. I want my own apartment. My life is halfway over, and it ain't even started. My new rap name is Young Tragedy. This ain't the way it had to be. I'm plotting on a magic seed. Please intercede if you see people stopping me, asking how do I make the sound to give me the demo CDs, trying to get me to smoke weed and watch dead TVs. Can we have all interactions through email, please? 24-hour party.
All right, this one's gonna be a little bit more complicated, but we got this. Caffeine, I wish I could do a cameo. I wish I could, that would be heckin' brilliant. I don't even want to pretend and threaten it because, you know, I don't like alluding to things I have no ability to follow through on, you know? Okay. So we've got to build the leggies first. Well, so, okay, sorry, the reason why Wales has more castles than the US is the US is super young historically. You know, by the time the United States was founded, we were onto, like, gunpowder shit. It's like pre-French Revolution, but still, like, you know, full-on black powder era, let's go baby. So, like, at that point, artillery batteries and things like that were made, but castles... One thing the Napoleonic Wars had shown is that castles were awesome and great until you bombard them with artillery for 2 days. Siege warfare changed after you could just fucking cannon it. And Baron von Sheepington III, Watto and welcome. Look at me, I'm making minis!
Edinburgh has turned quite posh now. For instance, if you see a man carrying a golf club, he may actually be going to play a game of golf. Frankie Boyle 2006.
See, I've heard that bit from like 2 different styles. Like, one was like, well, here's the difference between like Edinburgh and Glasgow. In Edinburgh, if you see a man with a bag of golf clubs, he's going to go play golf. In Glasgow, if you see a man with a golf club, fuck out of his way.
You mentioned, and joke often, about being a quote professional streamer. Well mate, if that's your thing, I'm not one to stop you, but you are ill, and that is much more important than why many of us stayed.
You can't start saying nice things about me. We are in the middle of making some little space marines. God, space marines, fuck. Damn you lot, you've got the whole Sigmarines stuck in me noggin. It's more important than me making tiny minis. Bacon, thank you. But you lot put fuck tons of time and money into keeping the Longship going. You know, my job's to be here. Right. You're fucking legends, so thank you. Never! Sorry, it's like, stop apologising, accept the love. Never! I did not go through years of British repression just to accept compliments willy-nilly.
Well, yes.
Oh no. Oh, I fucked up this guy's shins. Dear Sigmarine, I'm sorry you've got shitty knees. Signed, your creator. P.S. It's always the fucking knees. It's always the knees! I swear, I'm gonna get one of those Gundams with like a floating pod that has no legs, just so I don't have to deal with fucking knees ever again. Don't. Knees nuts. Yeah, you're right. It could be worse. It could be Necrons. But yeah, so to those of you who have just joined us, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. I know it's still labelled as crafting and coffee, and as it gets like 7 o'clock in the evening, hey, maybe when there's people that can still drink coffee until like 10 o'clock at night. I sadly am not. I've had to just accept that. Hey, Harmonious. You're welcome. I'm glad I could be here, you know? So yeah, 2 things. 1, this is semi-sponsored. We're making these little suckers. They got sent to us in our Warhammer Skulls 2024 little goodie bag, our gift box. That's going to be on Thursday, so I'm going to have to get up painfully early. But here's what I'm hoping, is that I can get these primed. So on Thursday, while we're watching the Warhammer Skulls thing, we can just do kind of like a paint-along. You know? Yeah, Caffeine, I have a buttload of the Army Painter water-based paints, predominantly for airbrush, and they're so good. I was loath to buy any more paints until I could find the ones I already have, because, you know, money's tight, I don't want to double up. I know I've got like a can and a half of base coat around here in one of these boxes. Which one? Who knows? So Bacon, I think Helldivers 2 is safe right now. They've already flexed their muscle, and out of everybody right now, they're one of the folks that Sony cannot feck with. So I think you're safe in that regard, but I understand your concern. Like, right now, the big publishers are in like loopy batshit crazy mode for some reason. Well, actually, we know exactly why, but okay, but I think you're fine there, in my humble opinion. See, that's what I was trying to do. Nice clean cuts, make it look nice and fancy. Just get rid of those seams. See? It's dead easy. Why did your other knee have to be a piece of shit?
So, I heard it was time for compliments. You were good at making these.
Compliments and lies are two very different things. Terrors. But thank you. I'm just going to move you lot over there so you can actually read your comment. There you read your alerts. But thank you. I don't know why it is knees are always the biggest problem I have. Oh, and to a sinful delight. Watto and welcome, come on in.
Continuing the compliment train, Will, I've always been impressed that no matter how blackout you are, you still manage to get your pants off before falling asleep.
I don't know, it's pre-programmed. I think I did the one shoe so many times that my body's like, alright, the pants have got to come off. You're gonna overheat, mate. So one shoe drunk is when you drink, and when you sit down to go to bed, it all fucking hits you like a dump truck. And the sheer force of taking one shoe off throws you backwards onto your bed, and then bam, you are out cold. And you wake up the next morning on the edge of your bed, sideways backwards like a fucked up Tetris piece, with one shoe off. I stopped doing that. I'm very proud of. Sorry, yeah, okay, well, I will take that compliment. And obviously, thank you for the 500. Fucking legend. There we go. It's a bit... It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Okay. Work with me here. Aha! Sorry, I'm yelling at the mini. Basically, this little guy has... I'm so used to Gundams where it clicks together and works. So leggy 1 and leggy 2 go together like that. But the thing is, they fit together like that. So you can have this like wide ball kicking stance, or the old the front feety helicopter kick Hadouken bollocks. But there's a tiny, tiny part of this mini that lines the legs up. So what I'm going to do is, rather than put it inside, I'm just going to add some time. Add some glue to the outside and let it do its fucking job. Glue fuse. Powerful glue it is. Yes, if I wanted to, I could get a whole bunch of minis doing a furious line dancing chorus kick. Like, we could go full Moulin Rouge on this.
A mate used to curl up on the mat under the toilet after a technical yawn and go to sleep. That's all well and good until you do it on a stag do, on a cross-channel ferry to France.
That's when you get woken up either by security or you're just still on the ferry as it goes back. And Scotty, thank you for the bit. I'm trying to think of the most impressive sleeps I've done while drunk. In a hedge. The ditch doesn't count because I just blacked out. I don't remember doing it actively. Apparently I once curled up on a futon like a cat. Like there's a little like futon. Yes, Holy Bus, caffeine is correct. I made a deal with the Longship. If we ever get the purple tick, if we ever get verified here on twitch.television, then I have to play Raft, but not before. So I don't know how one would go about facilitating that happening, but if that is a thing that you want to happen, those are the stakes. Okay, I don't want 3, 4, and 5.
Is better than your last draft, rapping like a vampire, rap in a black sash, all blood, everything blood red Adidas, color coordinated.
Next compliment,
Oh, no.
you've avoided Raft. For now. Oh, and you've kept my dumb self coming back.
If you ask me how I have kept people coming back, I do not know. I frequently joke when people have long subs of like, why are you here? I can't put up with me for more than like a half an hour at best. And you're hanging out here voluntarily for months onto years. But thank you. Dustin, had you not heard the term Technicolor yawn before? I actually think it's one of the more charming ways. Shunda is definitely my personal favourite. I know in previous generations it was the porcelain telephone, quite like that. But I wonder if that's lost its universal ubiquity in the fact that most people don't make phone calls anymore. Moon's haunted. Moon's haunted. Okay, Dustin. Sorry, I keep going fucking T-Rex arms while building this. And I'm trying to, for what little it's worth, trying to show you all, and I'm like, over here, just up my fucking nose. Sorry, that's very nice of you to say. I mean, I will say this chair right here, more likely to be actually haunted, because this wasn't just a hand-me-down. Like, I don't have gaming chair money. I have, like, rickety stool that I found on the sidewalk money. Yeah, and caffeine is it's something I just need to get better at. It's easier with Gundams where you have these, like, big chunky bits. Okay, Angel Kalina, that's very kind of you to say. The only thing I would dispute is, I would not say I am semi-famous. Like, I can't don't you know who I am in any places. I've just been kind of around for a while. It is better to say that I am known. Infamous might be a better title. And of the people who know people, I'm not the best. You know, S5 Flair or Floyd, if you know him, he is definitely the person who knows everyone in the games industry. Making this real hard here, Marine. I mean, god I mean, Sigmarian Adonis. Oh, holy bus, thank you kindly. They all come together to keep me alive, so I'm very grateful. Harmonious says I'm cult classic. Fuck off. It's not a cult. I don't know, you spend time with people who are like genuinely famous in the industry, and it's like, okay, famous again is kind of like a bit of a ubiquitous term, but let me tell you, hanging out with Zalavir and Rami and peeps like that, you can hang out with them for about 3 or 4 minutes before a swarm starts. Oh, no, that is backwards. Nearly gave this guy a oopsie-daisy face. Oh, chest is wonky. Ah, you're still wonky! Oh, sorry, River, I wasn't yelling at you. I was yelling at these bloody Marines. I mean, warriors. It doesn't help that they have the same like posture and style as the Space Marines. And I was a 40k kid. Weirdly though, if I had been able to go any like fantasy race,
We'll know when Will is having his midlife episode rebranding. The channel name will change from Viking Blonde to Viking Classic.
my hair goes. That's what we'll do. I'm not famous enough to survive a rebrand. I'm going to be Viking Blonde pretty much forever. I'm okay with that. You know, there are much worse handles I could have gotten stuck with, you know what I mean? Sorry, I hope so. Old Will still be streaming. You know? I plan to do this until the wheels fall off, you know what I mean? Like, when I say I'm here for as long as you lot will keep me, that's not a joke. That is not a bit. Like, if I had to go back into full-time CM, probably, like, the hours would definitely change up a lot. And, like, it's also not currently an option. Because there are little to no community management jobs available. Ooh, Arctic? I mean, I'm supposed to be starting to go grey any day now. Like, I've had a few random strands. Most of the Overguard guys go grey in their 40s, which I'm fine with. Whether or not I'll dye it, I don't know. You know. I also understand that I'm stupidly privileged like that. You know. I got a face that makes sense if I go hella grey. Okay, so there's the back, all cleaned up. There's the head, looking fancy. There's the front part. I do like the fact that they, for the two models they give you, they increase the complexity from one to the other. And yeah, sorry, I might go crazy colours. I can't see myself getting rid of it. Because here's the thing, like, I know my hairline's going back. I've always had this big slapper of a forehead, and I'm fine with that. But honestly, when the undershave is done, it doesn't bother me. If I lose it all, just get a big fucking tattoo on the side of my head, you know? I mean, Scotty, knowing my luck, the Pale Viking definitely already exists, and has been already, is already some kind of super shifty bugger, you know? Alright. Sorry if I get a little bit, yeah, sorry if I get a little bit in the weeds for a second here. I've got to glue this Mother Hubbard, and this is going to be fiddly. I mean, Scotty, like I said, I plan on doing this for as long as I'm able to. If I'm still able to stream when I'm 70, then fuck yes. Like, sign me the fuck up. I'm in. I'm down. Oh no! I'm sorry, mate. Baron was saying they'd love to go one weekend when they're on call and their boss doesn't actually call them. No! You know, Asari, it works real well. Asari Greenfire, it's easy to read, it's easy to understand, it slaps. My dyslexic ass is very grateful for it. Okay. I think that's good. Okay. The Asari were from Mass Effect. I know my history. Classically trained. I wish I had that fucking sprue through now. Don't even worry about it. Agonaki, oh no! I'm going somewhere with poor reception. What was that? I can't hear you. It's not coming. Oh, you're on video phone. Okay. My tiny fingers are so imprinted. And once again, friends, if any of you all have any crafting projects that you're working on, if you are doing a craft along as well, just throw them in Creation Celebration in the Discord. That's what it's there for. I'm going to take a couple of photos of these as like progress so far. See where we get to. Okay, I don't know what's prompted it, but one thing I've been seeing a lot of in my varying circles is people reminiscing about the Mass Effect 3 multiplayer. And I find that fascinating. Because, like, Mass Effect 3 dropped during the height of, like, Project $10. So people were naturally skeptical of, like, anything EA was adding. And ultimately, like, the mandate that made BioWare put multiplayer into Mass Effect definitely came from above. But I still remember having the best feckin' time with that. And yeah, friends, we are very close to done with this. We've got the arms to sort, and then there's nothing really to be doing because even though the super glue has sort of set, it's not done setting. Yeah, grand take. Mass Effect 3 had multiplayer. It was like co-op wave shooting, and it was a lot of fun. Or that is to say, I had a lot of fun with it. You know, there weren't as many choices back then for like co-op multiplayer experiences. I was so done. Yeah, Sinful, that definitely counts as crafting. That definitely counts. Damn. But yeah, the thing I haven't been able to work out is why it's kind of sprung back into the public consciousness. Usually when we have one of these moments, it's because something was made free on Epic or Steam or what have you, or there was a tie-in thingy that dropped like a YouTube video or something along those lines.
Is to produce sound which is completely acceptable to the listener. Records that give you pleasure.
Sinful was saying their poor little basic sewing machine was hating their guts by the end of it. It knows what it's signed up for. Oh, I love it when the cuts are clean. Wouldn't even know. He says, scraping the excess off with his fingernail. Don't even worry about it. Love to see it. The arts and crafts, the friends we made along the way. Well, that's also the reason why I didn't want to call this a No Grey November day, because No Grey November is a very specific kind of vibe. This... This is very much its own style. God, I wonder if I'm doing better or worse at this because I'm off the gin this week. No, I understand the vibe. Getting the crafting area like looking good. Currently, we don't really have a dedicated crafting area here. We've been chatting about basically making like or getting like a fold-out table, so that as the weather's getting better, that might be able to do like painting and airbrushing stuff by the window, get the vent hood going. The other thing is, I've heard some people do it, right? The idea of, you know what? Let's just fecking go. My favorite little like long mixes. I've heard that some people do a airbrushing hood into a purifier. Like just straight into it, right? So that way you can kind of keep it more contained. And I was thinking, I was like, well, if I do that, that means that I can't airbrush and like use this space. And I was like, wait a second, I never did that. Back in the day when I was airbrushing at the last place, I'd have to leave the streaming area to fumigate anyway, so that could work. But I don't know. You know, I always airbrush with a respirator on any... Well, respirator, that's a bit... With a fancy gas mask. I think a respirator requires you to have, like, your own air supply to be official. I forget.
Even when my eyes are closed in my mind, I can hear you speaking.
Oh! Judica, there you go. You found the connective tissue. The EA Mass Effect chat is because of that huge discount on EA stuff, which included the Mass Effect collection. See, there we go. There's always a reason. Do you all mind if I take 2 seconds to be a massive shill again? Because there's a load of people in now who weren't in earlier. Now, I'm going to post a humble partner link. I don't mind if you completely skip the partner part. If you just, if you just pick this up for yourself, you don't... Whether or not you pick it up to support me, I do not care. It's that good. So this is the BPRD pack. And it is every BPRD, and I believe every Hellboy as well, for $30. And BPRD is one of my absolute favorite, like, graphic novel series of all time. Like that and The Wicked and Divine. I've read the whole thing. Like, everything in the BPRD setup is things I have personally bought over the years. So yeah. If you ever trust me on a comic recommendation, let it be this. And again, you don't have to pick it up, because I'm not telling you this because I want to get the humble money. I'm telling you this because every part of my favorite comic for $30 is unhingedly good. Yeah, actually, Scott, yeah. Wait, do you mean like the air filter for like a chemical air filter, or do you mean like in terms of like the respirator? Sorry, it says, how good is foam for absorbing things to support canvas? Send canvas to someone, any tips? You know what, Ems would be the person to ask. Like, best tips for sending... I mean, ultimately you want something non-porous and non... what's the term? When certain kinds of, like, crafting materials and certain kind of plastics touch, one can dissolve into the other. So you want to make sure whatever you're wrapping it with isn't. Okay, the respirators, the ones with screw-in cartridges. Okay, so things like, I know the dude that makes all the Buster Swords has one of the special, like, lock-in ones. Okay. I mean, honestly, I'll just be using a good, you know, air filter for myself. Like I said, getting the airbrush up and running is something I always want to have. But with the small space we have, and I'm the furthest from the window, so whatever I work out, it needs to be a way, it needs to be something that can be functionally work in this space and not gas out the poor guinea pigs, you know what I'm saying? And also the rest are flat, but guinea pigs are really susceptible to like smoke and fumes and stuff like that. So the initial idea I had was basically you can get tents for doing this kind of thing, like little one-person tents, like where it's just space enough for and tiny desk and person, but that might be overkill. Or no, overkill is the wrong term. Might not be feasible. Ooh. Feel good. I did not slice off a piece of my pinky there. That would have been bad. Nope. Nope. Oh, Harmonious, let me have a look. Sorry, Harmonious put their model pen, quick, dirty photo model they're working on today. Still a long way to go. I like how it's coming up. I love the style. The maniacal laugh was tiny face, big weapon. One of my favourite tropes. It's got a little head. It's got a big everything else. Bus Crusader saying like, pretty sure Blood for the Blood God's only supposed to be in game. Yeah. Fucking clean as. I realise I didn't quite finish the arm. We're almost fucking done on this. I mean, aside from gluing it together and base coating it and painting it. Oh, way cool. Oh, and Baron, which current addiction is that? Is it still Potato? Also, I don't know why I said it like that. Like, Potato. Day the Diver, okay. Put you over here just in case you decide to get stuck to something. I should say it's pretty good. As, I'm going to take a little break in a bit. Just because I've noticed my hands are starting to get a little bit shaky. It's a lot fiddlier than I'm used to working with, so. Ooh, okay. No, Harmonious, like, it looks really, really good. Honestly, I wouldn't have known it was conversion off the bat, which that's always the banger, right? But yeah, Baron, enjoy your both daving and diving. It's good to see you, friend. Oh, okay. Sorry, I would say that I am a resilient disaster, but thank you for saying. Oh yes, Baron, I absolutely will. I meant to say, it's looking like tomorrow probably the best time, and I will blep at you as I have time. And thank you for being very, very patient with me. As I was saying, there's a bunch of stuff that popped off this morning, and none of it super, super bad. Like, nothing extra awful has been added to my plate. Just dealing with a lot of stuff. All those are setting a little bit more. All right, there we go, friends. Sprue done. How for Spruitus. No, I will not be applied to that. There's one thing I will tell you all, friends, is you would be amazed at things that you end up having to deal with when streaming for a living that no one would ever expect would be part of your like day-to-day. Oh, so okay, so Harmonious's conversion in Creation Celebration. It's intended to be a dark Eldar grotesque, but the conversion uses bits from like 6 different kits. I mean, that fits the dark Eldar. I will say, so Harmonious, the one thing I've really struggled to kind of breach between the two groups, it's actually, well, the one thing I don't think the Gundam community has really come to understand is like the difference between like a kit bash and a conversion.
Hello, Mister.
So in Gundam, there's the term kit bashing. It comes from the idea where you, because of the ubiquity of how Gundam model kits are designed, that you can basically pull the arms off of one kit and put them onto another. That's your kit bash, essentially. And that's cool, but it's so different from... It's so different from what converting is. And sometimes, I don't know, it makes me feel a little bit like the crazy man trying to explain it. Also, one thing I will say, and maybe I just haven't found it, but in terms of like video content, people making videos about painting Warhammer minis and about like Warhammer lore and shit like that, so much better than the stuff around Gundam. There's a couple of people that do really classy like Gundam videos where they set out to build something and they take you to the process, and the cinematography is gorgeous, but most Gundam content is trash. And I don't know why. Like, I don't have the hours in a day to be the force of change. I'm already trying to support a million indie games all at once. Okay. But like, I'd love to see like the Gundam content like really get going. Harmonious, like, yeah, because of kit bashing, all the parts already slot together. It's not as huge an undertaking as others. But I don't know. One of these days, I'm gonna get one of the simpler kits and like show like the difference between conversion and kit bash. That's why I've kept my bits box up there. You know, any Warhammer or mini builder worth their salt has a bits box. Every spare arm, every spare weapon, every little piece you never use, just in a big old box. And when conversion time comes around, oh. God, I used to be so proud of my Gorkamorka conversions. I made some wild shit with that. So good. And with the Gundam stuff, like, it's fine. I don't know. I wanna show them how weird you can get with it. But also, with the Gundam space, there are third-party teams, predominantly in like Indonesia and other parts of like, you know, Oceania to Central Asia, that make like additional third-party pieces. You know, so if you want to make your Gundam look like that one specific frame from that one specific episode where they had the super mega railgun bazooka, there's somebody out there that makes a perfect resin model of that bazooka that you can get. So a lot of that community is more around trying to emulate what already exists. So yeah. I mean, Harmonious, one thing I'd love to sit down and do is see, like, could I make a Gundam start to finish from only converted pieces? But I don't know. Fuck yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Sometimes, friends, I internalize your chat in text, or even your text in chat, and then respond to it. Fearless was saying that they've got some of the little earth magnets. They've used those for their tower models so they can hot swap out like the equipment on the battle suits. Yo, the fact that I did not think of that throughout my entire youth gives me kind of a forehead slap moment, but it's so smart. Like, one of the things that always used to be a bit of a pisser is when you're building these kind of Warhammer minis, you tend to get... So what they'll do is they'll have a base model, like the Rhino, and then the Rhino will have a myriad of different swappable components. The idea being that you swap out, that you buy different ones. The kitchen is singing at me. That you buy the same kit multiple times for different vehicles, or for different, like dreadnoughts and shit like that. Like, but the fact that you could just build one out of those pieces and have swappable arms and like, depending on what you're doing war gear wise or gameplay wise or just style what you're feeling. Wish I'd thought of that when I was a Wii-in. It's fucking smart. There we go. Pointy tiny mini of justice! Oh yeah, ball bearing some movement. Love that. Yeah, Harmonious. The magnetized bases I think are fascinating because there's such a better way of transporting shit. Okay. Well, most of that is set. Think. Oh god! Don't twist the arm off, you fuck. That'd be good. Sorry, I just. The one thing the Gundam models will always win on though is instructions. A lot of these are very much like, nah, just work it out. You'll be fine. Don't worry about it. But I think, or by the power of Grayskull. Well, the power of Sigmar, I guess, today. And, Adam from Eternia is not really helping us very much. Check it out! 2 and a bit hours for 2 tiny fucking minis! Let's go, team! Yeah! There we go! Dustin, you all good! Friends, if you cast your eyes into Creation Celebration in just a second, I'm just getting a photo of them. There we go. So you can see it from a slightly closer view, and less like you're watching someone playing stuff on Dimension... almost at Dimension 20, on Roll20. Boop. Okay, sorry friends, I just need to work out why the kitchen is singing at me. it's making this little jingle, which usually means one of the varying appliances is broken or mad at me. And this gives me a chance to have a quick little piss break. So, and I can leave you with the calming sounds of a Windows 95 remix. Okay, where's the BRB Institute banner? There we go. Okay, homies, I'll be back in just a second. Stretch, pay attention to your pets, get yourself some water if you need it, or a strong bevy if you fancy it. And I'll be back with you all in just a second. Hello, hello. Wow. Alright, that doesn't work without the light now. Okay, never mind. So, welcome to Vindicators versus Pizza, our little mid-session break. How are you all doing? It turns out that as a lovely little surprise, the oven going off was Fiona had got me and put together a little oven pizza, you know? And, you know, the best pizza is the one you have in your hand, right? So, Yum, 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 yum. Okay, sorry. This might be a bit whiplashy. Did you all already know that the Jackbox games have lore? Did everybody already know this and I'm the last person to find out? Now, I haven't looked into all of them, but basically the easiest one to point to is Murder Trivia Party. Murder Trivia Party, the host may or may not be dead themselves, but there is a whole backstory to what happened in that house. The family was there, the relationship, and it's all unlocked depending on the different endings you get based on the items you find. Biggs, hello, how are you doing, friend? So yeah, depending on what items you pick and what you do throughout Murder Trivia Party, you get different endings. And different endings speak to like the different people that died in that house and the family's interconnectedness. So like, if you pick like the dad's hat, you will always get fucked over by the host because he despised his father. Right. There's so much about that I just had assumed was just throwaway stuff. Judica, if I didn't say, Otto and welcome. And you're right, surprise pizza is always a glorious thing. Biggs is asking, better question, best home oven frozen pizza. Oh. I mean, for a pizza aficionado, it does depend on one's mood. I've been going through this kicker mainly because they've been on sale. There's a Newman's Own Stone Baked, which is what I'm currently doing right now. It's good, but I'm a... What does someone say? I'm a pizza fundamentalist in that in pizza I'm looking for good fundamentals. Because like, you can start with a Red Baron pizza. Yeah, Andor. Start with a Red Baron pizza. You can add cheese, extra meat, just stuff like that, and you can make something glorious. This is just, it's all good. Dustin screaming tombstone till I tombstone. And yeah, no, Biggs, there's a Red Baron fandom here. Now the one, it doesn't really count for the frozen pizza banter. The one I unironically love is the pizza you get from Costco. The big, like, I think it's called Kirkland. Like the big pizza. Fucking love it. However, if we're going to talk about frozen pizza, we do need to talk about my self-destructive urge to buy, cook, and consume the Chuck E. Cheese frozen cheese pizza, because it doesn't even look like pizza. It's not going to be good, but I don't know. This feels like that whole like inquiring minds need to know. You know what I mean? Does Floydo have a Chuck E. Cheese curse placed upon him? Is there a hex that I do not know about? And Akira Zero, every pizza is customizable if you're not a coward. Oh, now, okay, Scotty, the thing that I've been trying to... You know, I had no fucking idea. No, so yeah, no, this is unrelated to the Curse of Chuck E. Cheese. Or Charles Entertainment Cheese is his full legal name. No idea. But yeah, every pizza is customizable. Sorry, Scotty. Domino's dip. The garlic and herb dip. I need to learn how to emulate that here in the US, because that's the only thing... That's one of the few, well, not the only. It's one of the few things that I've been unable to like refine and require. So good. Basically, so for those of you that didn't grow up in the UK, so UK Domino's is better than US Domino's. Just like the pizzas themselves, but they come with this garlic and herb dip. Not quite ranch. It's not quite salad dressing. It's its own weird hybrid, and the idea is you dip the crusts in, and it's fucking god tier. It's not available out here, so my only choice is to make it. Biggs is saying one of the few redeeming things with Papa John's is the garlic butter. Interesting, I've not tried that. I wonder if it's similar. I will say, ironically, Pizza Express has it's closer to a vinaigrette salad sauce that is fucking amazing for dipping crusts in. Oh! And their little, like, garlic butter dough balls. Oh! But Pizza Express, Pizza Express isn't a fancy place to go, but it's not, like, down and dirty. You're right, Fred. So Fred, at the moment, I've actually skipped the inking stage on this pizza, so I'm thinking I'm gonna have to try a couple more times. I mean, a couple more slices.
Now I want pizza. Torn between a combo or a Hawaiian, it's okay to be wrong about hating on it. Of course, my current fav is Tombstone brand.
Of course it is. Of course it is. And Biggs, if you've got a recipe for the Domino's garlic herb dip, I will love it. Thank you. Bacon, you terror. Thank you for the bits. And like, yo, I'm pro Hawaiian. Honestly, unless you're putting like gravel and meth on your pizza, I have no opinion. As long as you're having a good time. I personally despise olives and anchovies. And mushrooms is I may pick them off, I may eat them. I'm not offended by their existence. But Fred, you absolute terror. So Bird and Float, it's not Pagliacci's. But Fiona did pick me up an oven pizza and threw it in. So I went for a break to go see why the oven was singing at me, and it turns out it's because it was pizza. So how's that for a slice of fried gold? And Fred was saying, Will's pro gravel on pizza. Will's also pro meth. He's just not pro gravel and meth. Yeah, it's the point where you mix methamphetamines and tiny rocks, when you put them together, that's where I draw the line. Fuck. One of these days, you little terrors are gonna get me in trouble. Okay, so Bacon Avenger. I'm gonna guess to the whole crowd, because bacon on pizza is actually good. But do you ever hesitate to add it on because it seems too obvious and too common? Like pepperoni, that's a long word. That's a pizza staple. Ham, fair. It's an addition to something else. But like bacon, I don't know. I always double guess myself about adding bacon to pizza. Sorry, this is, yeah. Well, I'm glad you all have such strong opinions on consuming sand. Oh, Biggs, thank you kindly, friend. Bacon is mandatory. Okay, you know what? I hadn't considered chorizo. Chorizo's for me is kind of like a pasta bake kind of thing, you know? But... And yeah, like, got a fancy Valheim gatehouse and you're around as hell. Oh, sorry, Dustin was just saying, mac and cheese pizza when done good is god tier. Yes. And when it's done wrong, it is just a brick of carbs that doesn't move. But when done good, oh. I mean, when out and about in Seattle, one is genuinely spoiled for places to get by the slice. And, you know, there's at least 3 places up on the hill that do a good mac and cheese pizza. And look, I've said this before, I will say it again. If there is one thing that the Americas mastered before any other part of the world, it is understanding mac and cheese is not a food so much as an element.
Those goits at UB have done a number on me. I can't hear chorizo without thinking of the little sausage dog with wheels.
Still sinister they called it chorizo. And I'm still mad at them for what basically is tantamount to, like, emotional manipulation for pre-ordered DLC. But he's a little sausage dog on wheels called chorizo. Also, again, Scotty, obviously thank you for the bit. I'm pretty sure I saw one of the other bits just get Stratosphere launched. No! Bear with me a sec, friend. I need to go get a cloth. The cheese from my pizza just threw itself to its death. And due to the amount of model pieces and dog hair, I can't 5-second rule it. Otherwise I'm going to consume like a Gundam's knee worth of plastic. No! I will remember you. No! It threw itself on my pizza. Bring back a surrogate slice to replace it. Here for the inevitable.
At least you didn't knock off the bottle of glue in your lap. Been there. Screamed my way to the bathroom. Taps fast loud.
Sorry, I just saw Scotty's message of, yeah, at least I didn't knock a bottle of glue into my lap. Because you've got seconds on the clock before you're about to have the worst pseudo-Brazilian of your life. I just can't believe that cheese would rather throw itself to its death than become part of something better. Feels a little spiteful, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we found the only judgy cheese in the world. Okay, so I'm snacking on this. So let's have a look. So for the rest of this, we've got a few of the little Citadel pots, which I'm still not sure if they've gotten smaller or if I'm just a grown-ass man with real hands. Okay, this whole little plastic thing is gonna have to fucking go. There we go. Strickland mud. Cool. That's action-packed. What's this? Ooh! Oh, the based reimbursed armor. That's kind of cool. I guess one of the things I really enjoy about Warhammer minis and stuff now is that, like, using ink washes and different, like, thin paints is just known knowledge. Back in the day, lots of people would just get a pot of paint, just dip that old brush straight in there and create these thick, chunky looking marines. Lost Flowers, I do like the Judge E cheese. Spread you terror. Okay. Sorry, so I'm looking at some of these Citadel paints, and what's interesting is both the armor paint and the silver here are listed as base, right? The idea being that you base coat it, give it the old shiny, and then we'll give it like a wash to give it like definition and style. Like, fuck yeah. What we got here? Coral base coat white. Back of the net. Agrex. Yeah, so here's the shading. So this is what we use over the armor, which is kind of the equivalent of ink. That's cool. And there ain't no party without ultramarine blue. Sorry, it's actually called Cantor blue. I guess the ultramarines lost their promotional discount. But yeah. So what I'm planning, friends, is once we're done with this, I might add in a third one. Maybe not the Jester. Hang on. So I need to look through the kits in just a second because what I'm thinking is that we're basically just going to do some like snippety make it happen with one of the other kits, the kind that I can prime the main armor pieces and paint them with these paints. So Fearless, I'm gonna try and follow the instructions, right? I know that's not usually my vibe. Like, You all saw my GM sniper, right? Right? Well, I like subverting expectation when it comes to paint schemes with Gundams. And a lot of that is in counter to the Warhammer philosophy. No diss, but in Warhammer, these guys are Sigmar Vindicators, I believe they're called. They have a kind of armour, they have a kind of colour scheme that is backed up by story and lore. You know, if you're painting Blood Angels, they look a certain way. Now, you can make up your own chapters and stuff like that, but there's a right and a wrong way if you're painting something specifically. Yes, Sigmar Stormcast Eternals. Thank you, Cold Ankles. But also the idea of hand-painting Gundam pieces, just in having fun with it and experimenting. I don't know, I really like that idea. So what I'm thinking on Thursday is, you know how when you do like test paints on like your hand or something to test like the colour mix or what have you, I'm just going to do that and some other weird techniques on a fuckload of different Gundam pieces and like see what we get. Now, the question is which mech? And I think that's what I'm going to quiz you all on in a bit. Because, look, I've got a few bangers here. Well, quite a few bangers. Ones that would be really good contenders for this project, but it's definitely a... I don't know. I'm going to choose the right one for this. And quite a few of the kits that I have left now are like special ones, you know, ones that either I acquired a million years ago or that you lot got for me. The kind you wouldn't want to paint over. There is another option, which is we go through the loose Gundams, as I call them, loose Gundams. And we pick one that could be easily pulled apart and then painted. Which is another option. Oh no! So Dustin, would you say that you've been incorrectly edging? Ah! I find me funny. Verdant, I want you to know, I heard that look across the internet. And I was like, you know what you did? Time out. Oh, what? You're thinking you can just fuck with me every Friday night? I'm not going to give as good as I get. This is a two-way street here, friends. Yeah, honestly, I think that's the play. Is like, let's look through the. Okay, so I've been building Gundams for a while, and when we moved out of HQ, okay, when we moved, not this time, the time before, I sorted my Gundams into two piles. Like the really nice Gundam builds where I don't want them damaged or like busted or what have you, and the ones where I built them and I had fun doing it, but the actual end result, I'm just kind of like, meh, this is fine. Like, if it breaks, I'll repair it. If it gets ruined, I rebuild it. You know what I mean? bear with me a second. Oh yeah, Fred, 1000% yes. Like, sorry to make it all about Gorkamorka again, but that was the thing it did that was so good. Was that they changed the base sizes, they changed everything. It was just make it work by whatever means. I forget what the rule was, but it was like you can have as many orcs on a vehicle as will fit. I think it was like the base has to be flat, but as many as you want. And ever since then, like, orcs changed forever. Oh, to the Holy Bus Crusader, have a fucking lovely rest of your evening, alright? Go get a good sleep. One of us has to. And yeah, it was fucking lovely hanging out. I am going to keep doing crafting stuff. I'm just, a little natter and pizza break seems pretty good right now. Sorry, and I said that, and then suddenly was like, and space. Okay, so Fearless, you write. Okay, I'm looking at the Codex timelines because one of them was post Gorkamorka. I'm just trying to remember which one. But yeah. Hello, River. Yes, you can come hang out here. No, you can't have my pizza bones. Sorry, I was nodding along. Fred was saying that back in the day, you know, the rules were more about, like, you know, flavour and narrative and concerned with being balanced. That's true. I have no horse in this race, you know what I mean? Because, like, I loved 40k back in the day, but I can probably say I played it properly less than 10 times. In the entirety of the years I was into it. I'm not the target audience for, you know, for the actual play, like even just casual. So I was so enamored with the flavour and the narrative, but the games that I fell in love with were the ones where the rules were part of the flavour, rather than like the underlying constraints. Again, Necromunda, Gorkamorka, Mordheim, Space Hulk, like those are the ones I love. No, Phyllis, you right. It's been so fucking long. I queued for a midnight launch for Gorkamorka, just so you know. I couldn't tell you which Games Workshop it was, but I know we drove a fucking long way to get it. Oh, excuse me for stuffing my face. Nearly done. And then, yeah, then it's time to pick a Gundam with Will, I reckon. Just moving one of our Vindicators off our... Sponsored by Skull 2024. Okay, pizza consumed. Let me just move the plate and get the box of Gundams. Because again, the reason why we're choosing this is because ultimately, whichever one we pick, we're going to deconstruct it now, and it's going to get painted along with these two suckers. So like, Tweedledee and Tweedlestab here are going to have like basically a big Gundam brother of sorts. You know what I mean? Water. Still trying to be healthy. Papa Nurgle's not fucking done with me yet. Sorry, the ooh you heard from off camera. I just had the realization that if I'd had the wherewithal and the forethought, what we could have done was a Gundam with shield and spear to match these two. So kind of like, friends, I might still try that at some point. I still try that. There we go. Put that there just for a bit of visibility. He drank a closed water bottle. Brilliant. Okay. Oh, where are we going to put it? River, you're going to need to move. You need to move, big girl. Oh! Alright. River. I know, big girl, I know. Here we go. Right. Hang on, I'll move it to the studio for just a second. This is my entire box of loose Gundams. These aren't the big ones. These are just the ones that I built and was like, you know what, I can do a bit more with these. So let's go back to Boosh. Oh, fuck it, I'll use my fancy knife. I'm about. It's my knife. It's my knife. It's now or never. Sorry, I've had Phoenix Knights in the brain for a while. Which, yes, that does mean a whole bunch of Britishisms that make no fucking sense to anyone else. One piece remains lost in the pile. They are forsaken to the jigsaw puzzle. Look, if they're just one, then you know if you get the next edge piece, you're set. You've got this. Don't worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Okay, let's see what we got. Let's see if there's any contenders in here. Ooh, I tell you what, while we've got the glues out, there's this little sucker we could put together. One of the Gundam artifacts. There's so many of them. We might have a winner already, although one of my favourite little builds of your the Zaku 1 sniper sticking around. So the reason why this isn't the loose Gundams is that it wasn't a fun build, and ultimately at the end of it, I was kind of a bit mad, a bit like meh with what I put together. But from the show, from Gundam Unicorn, it's one of the coolest mechs, one of the coolest scenes, where it's the dude in a fucking mech-sized helicopter just blasting people. And the idea is that it's kind of designed like a German heavy machine gun, in that you see this big old rifle, it cracks to the side and you just pull the barrel out once it melts, and just put in a new barrel and just keep firing. And that's fucking cool. You know what, you can come out here, you can hang out. Alright. Again. Tiny Big Sam! Shit. How did I not unpack Tiny Big Sam? What's up, little buddy? Where you been? Where you been, Tiny Big Sam? Alright. I think we've got our contender though. So you see this sucker here, right? God, he looks massive compared to everything else. So this big sucker here is from Iron-Blooded Orphans, piloted by somebody who's a bit of a knob end, but don't worry about it. The reason why he's a contender is you see all these blue pieces? All of these blue pieces can just be removed, right? He could just be deconstructed quite simply, and then we could repaint that one. So he's a contender. I'll put him over Sigmar over here. Dustin, don't make me get the hose. What else have we got in here? Here's a tempting one. So this one I thought was going to be more awesome. So this red sucker comes from the Gundam Build Fuckers, or Gundam Build Dive Bastards, whatever it's called. And it's just the goof from 8th MS Team, the Special Forces goof, but it's red instead of blue. I don't know, I thought there'd be more to it, but no, it's just red instead of blue. It does have this kind of like special shooty gunbang shield, but I don't know. To deconstruct it and paint it, it's not really too much to paint of it, so I don't think it's a contender. Oh shit! Almost forgot I drunk bought this. Actually, I think I asked you lot permission if I could drunk buy this. It's the British Gundam from G Gundam. Yeah, you go hang out with Viking Gundam and shit on my desk. Remember how I said this was going to be a crafting stream and it turned into a will unpacking shit stream? Do you all remember that? Do you remember that part? Okay. A model of the injection machines they used to actually make Gundams. Tefig! Can never have too many Tefigs on your desk. That is a scientific fucking fact. Okay. I think we've kind of got our contenders here. Yeah, I think I can take apart this big blue bastard. Yeah, real life unpacking. Man, someone should make a video game about that. How was your Saturday? We did an unpacking, you know, the video game? Yeah, we did a LARP of that. No one knows how funny I am. No one knows how funny I am. Alright. Put that box up a bit. But yeah, I think we're set for things to work on and craft with. Okay. Let's move you over here for a second. Just gonna take that out. Okay. And welcome back, Tiny Big Zam. God, you need a dusting. Dusting and adjusting. Went through a phase of Tiny Big Zam being like basically my unofficial mascot. It was a good time. But man, the colours are washed out on this. I didn't realise. And so, friends, this was a gift from I think Akira Zero, because they were trying to collect the set and they got a double. And it's basically a... Which one was this one? Oh yeah, it's like a Gundam Thunderbolt GM. And so the idea with this is you kind of put it together like more like a Warhammer kit than a mini kit. Like a mini kit more than a model kit. And that's fine. Actually, don't want to do that right now. I don't want to do that. That's a lot of work and I don't want to play. Not right now. I might try and get that built like in my downtime before start base coating stuff. Okay. So let's start taking this apart. Okay. Does any of you beautiful Mother Hubbards have a conversation topic or something to banter on? Hang on, let me phrase it another way. Is there anything you'd like to talk about? Anything you want to AMA on? Because, I mean, I've got a whole thing I want to natter on, which is, someone asked me about the intersection of the British games industry and the royal family, and how people feel about that. And I'm like, yo, if you want to talk about it, I know I do. Okay. Ah! Alright, well, his arm came off, don't worry. So what we're going to do with this guy is we're going to strip off all of the blue. Hell, we might as well do the dark blue as well. All of these pieces are going to get a wash before they get base coated because of the amount of dust on them. But I'm already happy with like the gold pieces and the under pieces, so yeah. Well, so Angel Kalina, there is, and it kind of comes into what my friend Leon would call like the new class system, right? See, in the UK, the new class system and the old class system are still somewhat interlinked, right? But in the US, the class system is very obfuscated. It does still very much exist. We don't need to get into that. You're all acutely aware that capitalism sucks in the worst possible way and is bad in all the ways. But, oh, and sorry, and also the UK class system is also fucking terrible. But when it comes to the video games industry, if you wanted to... So, okay, let's say we all want to open up a game studio, and we want to make a... We're talking like 100 to 300 person game studio, like big money. We need big investment. We need somebody who's got bank to be like, yep, yeah, no, fucking bet, let's do this, let's go. Let's bring this thunder together, right? Okay, there's a few pieces that might need some work on. Bring out my cool Game of Thrones, Game of Thrones themed glass sander. Dustin, I wouldn't be able to tell you. Like, I haven't had to stay in a hotel out here in a very, very long time. Like, since pre-plague, so... I can tell you regions, like, where's good, where's bad. I can't remember, Dustin, do you drive? Because that'll be a big deciding factor on where's, like, worth staying and where's not. Okay, you drive. Alright. Drive me crazy! Oh! Okay. These are easy enough to pull apart. I like that we've had one building stream and one de-building stream. Beat you to the joke. Boof! Quick draw! I remember how I built these. There we go. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. That was supposed to happen.
Totally supposed to happen. I think that's my nose.
Sorry. What's rule 12? Do not kaiju the models. This will react with the... Sorry, I'm like, so when I put this together 1,000 years ago, I gave the edges this little, like, silver paint sheen, which you can just see there. I wonder if that's going to affect my base coat over it, if I need to strip that. Well, we'll think about that in a second. Agonanic, he says, no idea the cost during the summer, but Ballad has some hotels that are super cozy. Yeah, Ballad's solid. Like, it's a good little region. That's where Skull and Mox and like Hatties and a bunch of good places are. It's not like Ballad's not a touristy place. Ballad's just a good place. Do you know what I mean? Seeing, so this was one of the earliest kits I put together, so I'm just inspecting the arm here. And one trick I was shown that I tried early on, that by the way doesn't fucking work, is if you have nub marks, put a little piece of glue over it, and the idea is it melts the glue melts the plastic just a smidgen, and then like smooths it out, like in terms of color. That is a lie, and do not believe their lies. Do not believe their lies. It doesn't work. And it leaves this big old splodge, which, yeah, you can see that little spot right next to my finger. That's not a spot, that's a splodge of glue. But I don't know. Not all YouTube tutorials are created equal. Okay. So let's put you up on here. Start. Dusty box is dusty! Whew. Yeah. Sorry. So Agonaniki was saying, main thing, look at recent reviews, not like aggregate, like best or worst reviews. Sorry, don't look at like most observed best and worst reviews. It is cheap around the airport, but it is deceptively time-consuming to get to and from the airport. Actually, Dustin, you know what? Check the Ballad prices then, because Ballad has the Hall of Oddities. And if one of your goals, okay, so if we're looking at all your goals for your trip, you know, beach glass hunting, I don't know how viable that is, but I can tell you there are some really nice beaches. A Longship meetup at Dick's. More likely a Longship meetup and then Dick's. But we can definitely do that. I was going to say, oh yes, but in Ballad there is this like gloriously super weird store. You can buy taxidermy just about everything alongside a cacophony of bizarrities. Because here's the thing. Like, gone are the days where I would be able to say like, hey, don't worry about it, I'll be your tour guide. I haven't been able to play tour guide for anybody in years. And, you know, one of the things I'm still a little bit sad about is that when Caffeine was here, we did not get to hang out. Like, we hung out when Caffeine lived with us, and that's it. And like, that shouldn't be the case. Not when you're like, your homies come in from out of town, right? But sometimes real life's got a real life at you. Like a jerk. I decide what to do with this. Fred, can't be a tour guide, you know, given your history. Yeah, so Dustin, I will do my best, you know. But there's been a few times, like in the last year and change, where like real life's been kicking my fucking ass. You know, last time Angelos was in town, I didn't get to see them at all. And honestly, the first time we got to hang was only because like Angelos came out to us, which at the time was no mean feat. Separate. Haha. Agonite saying ballad shocks are a real screep. Fuck me, running. When did I forget how to read? Ballad locks are a real treat, agree. Especially when there's a huge swarm of fish going up, yup. I also take great joy in singing Seal's Kiss 'em a Rose every given opportunity. Play around the where's the seam, or even is there one? Oh, don't worry about it. It was totally supposed to make that snapping sound. Don't even worry about it. Got a lot of cleaning up to do. This is cool. Kind of feels more like we're being mech mechanics now than like model builders. If you've just joined us, so I built my two little Age of Sigmar Stormcast Eternal Vindicators, which honestly I just keep saying that because it's fun to fucking say. So now we're on to the next project. The next project is going to be a sister project to this. So I'm going to take apart this mech from Iron-Blooded Orphans. All the blue and dark blue pieces that you see, I'm going to pull apart, and they're going to get painted. They're basically going to get, like, hand-painted. And I'm kind of excited to try this. So Agananaki, I mean, if you want to be I don't know, pedant's not the right word. Want to be cheeky? Technically, the Tau are like the mobile suit 40k. You know, they are very much the Weeb Legion, if you will. But there are Gundam things you can get that operate like Warhammer models rather than like the traditional model kits. And people have done some really interesting conversions that are like Gundam styled. Yeah, Gork Aznable is definitely a concept rife with opportunity. So what we're doing at the moment, friends, is we're deconstructing the parts. We're looking at what early Gundam building Will did with these parts, and then we're going to see if they need like additional sanding and cleaning and stuff before they get primed. Well, so Agananaki, so here's my question. What would you do if the challenge was to make an... Hang on, why are you here? You're taking up space. You're cool, but like... Go hang out with the Templar. What would you do if the challenge was to make a 40k Gundam? Would you take a Gundam, give it a paint job or a styling? Would you try and build something that was of Gundam-esque quality, but from the 40k universe? Because like Wolf, yeah, you put as much DACA on as possible. There are so many Gundams that make no sense in terms of the amount of guns they have that are just peak Orcish philosophy. I do love these Re-100 kits though. Oh, and if you haven't seen them before, the great thing about this kit and why I picked it is predominantly it has an internal skeleton, and all these fancy bits are just kind of additions. Now, how much is going to be left after this? That is a question for later. But I'm still going to wash his skeleton. Because he's stanky. And I keep all of the instructions for exactly this reason. He's getting naked. He's getting naked. Agananaki says I'd start with a Gundam and an Orc mecha. Just have a kiss. Just have a little smoochy smooch. Chainsaw Kate. Yes. Because here's the thing, like, whichever of the Gundam what have too many shooty gun bang, and there are lots to choose from, a lot of them would work very well with very little like conversion to go full Orc. Because let's be honest, what is final heavy arms? I forget what the last heavy arms is called. Sorry, the final form of heavy arms is what I meant to say. But what is that if not like all the darker missiles, and yet more missiles? Fire the nuclear missiles. Yeah. God, this thing is amazing. Like, there was no seam. Just get it on in there. Wibble, 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 wibble. Yeah, yeah. Wibble, 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 wibble. Yeah, yeah. No, it does need more. Ah! However, so one of the things that's really interesting about Orcish philosophy, I need to stop calling it that. It makes me sound like a right douchebag. Orcish tech and how it's developed is that predominantly orcs look at something and go, "Oh, that's pretty cool. Let's have one of those." You know, a lot of their belief system comes from seeing things. You know, the red ones go faster because they saw the red ones going fast, right? Okay, this is starting to feel a little bit hateful. Oh, you know why this is so hard for me right now? It's the fucking knees. It's alright, it's something I can't repair later. Heavy Arm's custom, right? Alright. And on that subject, what was it earlier? Bear with me, I'll just pull it out in my history. Yeah, so check out this fucking... I should almost apologise for sharing this, because... I do think that's a good base to start with if you were thinking about, like, what if Orcish heavy arms? It's the Michelangelo mech figure. They've done a series of these. They're real good, but, you know, they're action figures, not model kits. So I'm just kind of, It is weird how action figures have lost their luster to me. I don't know. There's a sense of, I made this when you get to the end of a model kit, that even if it's a bit naff, you still feel good. But, anyway, the point being, like, that kind of, like, over-accented ridiculousness could work very well. The thing I was saying prior is, like, you know, orcs build things based on seeing others build them. Like, orcs build titans because... the Imperium had titans, and they went, "Oh, we want one of those!" You know? So, like, what if a bunch of orcs all saw Gundams? What would their takeaways be? What would they try and emulate? How would they try and emulate it? I think that would be a good jumping off point for it as a project. You know? How does the Warg build a Gundam? Seems that back in the day I actually glued this knee together, so I must have fucked it up somehow. So I'm just going to leave that as is. Just get these off first. Actually, Agananki, that's a very, very good point, is that predominantly Gundams do have this elegance to them. Like, even the OG, you know, the Zakus and things like that. Comparable to other giant robots from other franchises. You know, as Orc Tech, it shudders, it stomps. Like, the legs should almost be impossible towers. Like, and the way they build Titans is they're just like, basically a big old city with a pair of fucking chonker legs, right? Oh yeah, Akademiki, there's a good point. Like, when you think about the Zakus and its like iconic use of spikes and things like that, the orcs would probably emulate the shit out of the spikes. Like, that would probably be what they would consider to be most important. Also, I feel like the eyes would be bigger and yet somehow meaner. Like, the scary thing when you're encountering, like, OG White Devil is those eyes just glowing out the fucking darkness type shit. I am really looking forward to, I think it's coming out on Netflix, but one of the next Gundam shows that's dropping is this, where it's from the perspective of some, of the Zeon soldiers during, like, the Earth conflict. I know you're not glued in there, so why are you being stubborn? Why are you lying? What is going on here? Don't worry, friends, all of this damage can be repaired. Oh, starting to see some movement though. There we go. That was totally a good snap and not a bad snap, I promise. Oh, caught it with the legs. Okay, so I guess some glue fell into the seams here? Not. Yeah. God, I really fuck-a-doodle-doo that. You see the white edging there? That's a combination of, like, pre-glue and just fucking damage I just did. It's cool. When it comes to Gundams, I know what the fuck I'm doing. When it comes to Warhammer, I'm a scared child baby man returning to his childhood home. Gundams? Fucking live here. But yeah, sorry, jumping back. This is the point in the evening where Will's train of thought just goes wherever the fuck it's gonna. But the orcs emulating the OG Mac Daddy's like glowing eyes in the dark, they'd probably make something that had like even more aggressive, almost like I don't imagine them making them like big and rounded and cartoony as they do with their other mechs. I imagine them making them like either long or like multiple eyes. This one looks scary in the dark. Let's put more eyes on it. Yeah, it's a great idea. Oh, almost. Certainly a great idea. Do you reckon orcs have puns? I like to think that they do. They're not particularly sharp. But as a race of beings that celebrate battle, what are puns if not doing each other a harm with wordplay? Number says puns require a minimum amount of wit, so I'd say no? Oh, the punsters would be the weird boys, yeah, because they're the smart ones. Orcs have been known to cut their teeth on good stand-up. I regret going down this train of conversation almost immediately. Alright, give me a chest. Whoop, 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 whoop. And your crotch. Crotch armor! Don't look now, he's crotchless! Okay, is this one solid piece? Possibly. This looks like one solid piece. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Okay. Alright, let's get that booty off. Like in that film, booty off. But also, let's get his neck off because it's an easy one. Take your easy wins where you can get them, right? Hit plates. Nice and easy. Woo. It's also worth saying, I don't know if it will show up here, but it does have like faux functioning hydraulics. That's why I love these Remechanics series stuff. Just so wonderfully complex. Wait, because usually the whole like inner skeleton outer armor thing is reserved for the perfect grades, like the big honker chonkers. All right, are you one piece? All my Gundam ass. One piece you are. I love that for us. Yeah, you've got shit to do. A particularly punny weird boy would probably lose their teeth. Good point. Hadn't thought of that. There is also something else that, like, I don't know if anyone's commented on, like, orcs encountering the Tau. And, like, what they must think of that. Because the other thing is, especially with the Tau, the orcs would probably think that the big robots were all just one thing. That that's the person. Oh, it's the bloke! The idea that there's a pilot inside. No, because if an orc cracked one open and was like, oh look, there's a squidgy bloke inside. Look what I found. Dave, there's a little fucking bloke in here. Look at him. Look, he's all floppy. I think I killed him. Oh. In the grim, dark future of the 41st millennium, at least the orcs are having fun. Okay, Phyllis, I had no idea about the Warg of Dhaka, and I love it. Chorus was saying, the Orc and the Tau is a joke this for a while ago. Tau, there's a place for everyone in the great design. Looks at the orcs. Maybe in sanitation? That's also saying, like, we make a lot of jokes about, like, the Tau and stuff like that, but they do have one thing that is super badass, and that is railguns from half a planet away. You know, the Tau don't have the quickest fast and light travel. They are probably the most, air quotes, naive of the races, and they are ultimately trying to unify everybody through a combination of manipulation and, you know, their own flavour of fascism. Well, it's caste-based ruling for the greater good. So they're not good guys, but they have mechs. And they have mechs and railguns that make even the Imperium go, oh shit. Oh shit. Actually, I don't know what to call the Tau's brand of existence, because it's not technically fascism. You know, it's just heavily based on a caste system. And if you don't do as you're told, then you go to re-education camps. Okay, Gear Graphic, you have acquired the power of one dad. The question is, when will you use it? Because I can't fucking stop you. I can stop you if I want it. The unfortunate problem of the system I have constructed. Sorry, I just realised that was in my lap. I was trying to. End Tau Rage. Coming soon to HB Orc. Bravo. Bravo. So trying to say, my understanding of how the 40k universe was going before Chaos and Tyrannid, Eldar rise, they're prominent, then they fall. Humanity rises, with the God Emperor, his light goes dim. Then the Tau rise, but the Emperor said no. To my understanding, the Tau and the Emperor never crossed. Like, the Tau didn't pop up into the scene until, like, long after old Daddy Dearest was confined to the world's most expensive Easy Boy. Snacking on 100 psychers a day? Oh yeah. So the Emperor of Mankind might be dead, might not be dead. We still don't 100% know. But what we do know is that they feed him 1,000 psychic individual. You know, it is 1,000 psychics. Okay. Yeah, they feed him 1,000 psychic numpties every day to keep him question mark. Also, look at this guy's gnarly little eyeball face. He's got a little Zone of the Enders gob thing going on. Yeah, I might re-up the gold on these pieces. I do like the... I like the decorum on it. Tau came up during the 36th millennia, long during the fall. Well, so, okay, so I was under the impression that, like, the Tau have been around for a while, but they only popped onto the intergalactic scene, like, 41st millennium. Because that's what's so surprising about them. Like Fearless was saying, they went from being just a bunch of Iron Age numpties to being a unified planet spacefaring race. Like, on some shit, they're still like the youngest kids in the paddling pool. But in others, those railguns are no joke. Like, sure, if the Imperium got its act together and everyone started working together, they could probably make shit that was as cool as, if not better. The irony of, like, the whole cosmic joke of the Imperium was if it stopped being such a, you know, religious, you know, techno-fascist, bureaucratic nightmare. If it got out of its own way, they could solve pretty much everything. If the left hand and the right hand talk to each other, probably handle it pretty well, but they don't. Yo, actually, Chornerus, you're taking this to levels which I am unversed in, but I find that fascinating. So yeah, when the Eldar fell, they basically made Slaanesh. Humans had their rise and fall in a similar way. Now, was it Khorne that humans were responsible for? Fuck, I know. Hey, no, friends, I apologise. I don't mean to talk out of my butt. Like, when it comes to video games, indie games, and games industry stuff, I know my shit. When it comes to all of this, like, Most of you know more than I do on the subject. And I just want to say, I love that. Woo! Hope that was supposed to do that. There we go. And Mech Buddy, kick off your boots. Kick off those Bayonetta stompers. Have a breather. Sorry, that's just... Geographic said, and I quote, "The Eldar are responsible for Slanesh. Humans are responsible for fuck all other than Horus's receding hairline." That was good. Okay, yeah, so 36, Imperium encounters the towers of primitive civilization. They were scheduled to be wiped out and terminated, but the region got cut off by warp storms and they just wrote them off. Then the warp storms abated, the tower had started to colonize nearby systems and eventually came back into contact with the Imperium. Yo. Okay. Give me your boots! Okay. Don't worry about it. Taking the shoesies off this mech. Okay. There you go. You can sashay away over there. No, and Gigraphic and Fearless, like, and Chaunerus as well, like, thank you for, because this is fascinating. I know fuck all about the Tau, other than, like, some overarching views. Like, I'm one of 8 people that played Fire Warrior. Ugh. George Takei got done dirty by being involved in that. And I know about Farsight, because one of the few named characters in Mechaslovakia. Mechaslovakia. How am I so funny? Must be like a condition. Oh, excuse me a second. These feedies are complicated. Okay, we're going to put the feedy to one side. I'm going to come back to that. Got another arm to do anyway. Don't worry, buddy. He's armless. Ah! Pisshead. Do not fall on your news of Warhammer and brethren. Trickier than I was expecting. Okay. I'm going to take the rifle apart a little bit to get the hand out. Genius! Guns could definitely stand to have a little bit of love, but I do like this 80s Verhoeven style shooty gun bang. Always got time for that. Okay. Sorry, I just feel as was saying. I assume you mean like the novelization of Fire Warrior was better than the game, right? Because I guess that's an easy one to say because, you know, the game was a very, very like aggressively mid-tier PlayStation game. Okay. I feel as though thanks for breaking that down. The only thing I know about that story in particular was, yeah, basically when the Imperium threw what was supposed to be the Damocles Crusade. Once they were thrown at the Tau and they realized the Tau were like flying around and getting all up in their biz, those were the poor guys that got railgunned at a fuck. And in the process of going to get reinforcements to, you know, eradicate the Tau, then the Tyranids were like, "Yo, we heard there was a buffet. We heard there was food. You don't like food? Are you food?" And I do remember someone saying that like the Tau basically have gotten the easiest ride because if they had encountered like the Tyranids first, it would have been game over. And I guess this is where the whole like, it's not Gundam v Warhammer, but like the two different styles and the two different ways that they come together, this is where it gets really interesting, right? Because predominantly Warhammer is a tabletop game that you play, you build and you paint minis and you do battle. And these stories are a side to them. Do you know what I mean? If you never read a single book of Warhammer, if you never listen to a single podcast or, you know, engage with any of like idiots like us, you can sit down and play the game, no problem, right? But ultimately, the elements of story are more to reinforce the flavor of the tabletop, rather than be what's the term I'm looking for? They are not the gospel, right? With Gundam, the difference is like the show came first, right? What you do then after is entirely up to you, but you know, the characters and mechs have defined stories before they get into your hands. You know, before anything else. Alright, there's another foot. I'm nearly finished taking these little buggers apart. Hello, baby boy. What's up? Are you a sad boy? Are you so alone? You so lost without me? But in Gundam, what is and isn't is very, very clearly defined in stories, and those stories are not interconnected. The Witch from Mercury and Char Aznable, I don't know why I just said Char like he was a whole series, but yeah, Gundam Unicorn and Iron Blooded Orphans do not take place in the same universe. There is never a point where those... Don't worry about it. There is never a point where those pieces will canonically interact. With Warhammer, it's still being fleshed out. The story is still being built outwards. We don't have all the answers. However, that does mean we don't know where it's going to go. I think that's really exciting. You know? what is going to happen to the town? You know, what will they do when they face some real fucking threats? But ultimately, it won't matter. Because, you know, the business model is to sell tiny minis. Like, Games Workshop, as a business entity, live to see another day for every person that goes out and buys more plastic minis. Oh, that was a catch. And yes, I do know about the Necron Civil War. I do think it's fucking hilarious. But I haven't read the book that you all have mentioned, which I really want to. Okay. He's naked! He's naked! Avert your eyes! Do not look upon the naked Gundam! Woo. Should get some little, like, blur strips, you know, just... in a part... Look at this. This fucking American Beauty type nonsense. Take a fucking photo of that. Avert your eyes! Some real arty shit right there. It might be against TOS and or... It's legal in Washington! Oh, sorry, I'm just, I'm literally putting that photo in Creation Celebration so you can all have a look. Yeah, so I might, once I've cleaned up a lot of this, I might re-up the gold paint on some of these main sections. But okay. Okay, so Gay Graphic, I'm aware of the Necron Civil War. I haven't read the good funny book that I'm supposed to about the two Necron leaders going at it. That's all kind of on the grand scheme. Honestly, I think rather than risking it for a biscuit, I think I'm just going to paint the feeties just as feeties. Just as like full-on shoes. Okay, so next up, whilst we're just nattering, I'm going to clean up any nug marks that I didn't fix the first time around, because this was probably one of the second or third kits I put together. Once I'm off stream later on tonight, these are all going to get basically like a little wash, just with like a little bit of dish soap and some warm water, prepping them for when I've either... I might just buy some base coat paints. No, Gay Graphic, like, and thank you for asking, like... I really appreciate that. Yeah, thank you, Phyllis. The Infinite and the Divine by Robert Rath. And so actually, Phyllis, have you read it? And what would you say to peeps that just don't know diddly far about Warhammer? Because I've heard people say that, like, again, we talked about this a lot this week. Caiaphas Cain is a good place to get into it story-wise. Bear with me just a second, friends. I just need to get a little tub. It's the thing I'm going to be washing these in just a second. So bear with me 2 secs. And again, if you want to make some recommendations for peeps that haven't read any of it, because here's the thing, I'm not saying you'll need to get into Warhammer minis tomorrow. That's not what I'm saying. Honestly, not to be a dick, but I was gonna say, like, if you ever wanted to get into this kind of bollocks, start with Gundams. You can't be wrong with Gundams. Sadly, you can be wrong with Warhammer and 40k. But some of the stories around 40k are just wonderfully glorious. Because when your baseline is everything is grim and dark and bad, you can go some really fun and sometimes really funny places. In a world where you live under a totalitarian, fascist, crypto-Catholic super regime that will just shoot you for even daring to think about questioning authority. In that story, what does one person, a coward, do? And Gear Graphic, that's fair. I mean, who was my buddy? I think my buddy was Bricky. That's not Arakez, that's the other person. God damn it. I'm a bad friend. Because one of my friendos is very, very good at doing lore breakdowns. Isander and Coda is the one I listen to a lot when, like, cleaning and when trying to sleep and stuff. They'll do a specific topic, and one of them knows Warhammer intimately, and one of them knows nothing, so it's great if you know, well, nothing. Lucian's my buddy from 1,000 years ago. He's real good. And I guess, like, if you're looking to listen to him from that one, but... Okay. I will be back in just 2 seconds, friends, alright? Just 2 seconds. Alright, we've got our tub. Okay. Do not praise the chair. Do not praise the machine. Yeah, I mean, Gear Graphic, I wouldn't say that I know Lucian like I know, you know, Floydo. What? I wouldn't call him like a best mate that, you know, we hang out on the regs. But he started as a Total War YouTuber, and he was always real chill. Dude's just soft-spoken, like, calm as. And he found his space doing 40k stuff before it was, you know, the cool kid shit. And I think that's awesome. Twizlite, Watto, and welcome. So, Twizlite, to bring you up to speed, welcome to our... you know what, I think it's still... Hang on, we'll just leave the little brand sticker uncovered. I think it's safe to say this is still a sponsored crafting stream. So today, I was building the Age of Sigmar minis that I got from the Skulls promo box. So we built those, and I'm going to be painting these on Thursday during the Warhammer Skulls event. But I also want to paint this Gundam. So I pulled this guy apart. Yeah, I know he's naked, just don't tell Mr. Switch that we're flashing naked bits on stream, don't worry about it. So I pulled this guy's armour off. It's one of the early mechs that I put together. And what I'm going to be doing is cleaning the parts up, removing the nubs, any like distressed bits that I don't like, put in this tub later because I'm going to be cleaning them off. And yeah, that's where I'm at. We've been talking about Warhammer lore, predominantly like 40k and Tau because Gundams. But like I said, the irony being, that if I was going to go back to 40k, probably be orcs. If I was going to do anything, you know, because I love Space Marine lore. It's fun to read up on because it's so over the top. Like it transcends parody at times. You know, the fact that Angron becomes the Primarch of the Angry Gods. His name is Angron. Fucking love it. Yeah, Gear Graphic. Throw it into Creation Celebration. I've got that over here so I can see it. But yeah, so to any of you who have just joined us, if you have a crafting project you want to work on, if there's anything you've been thinking of like building or, in my case, unmaking, do it. Bring the thunder. No time like the present and all that. And yes, the Dreamcast era jungle music is for my emotional support. Ah, looking good. So yeah, and if you have any questions, I mean, honestly, it's better to ask me questions about Gundam stuff than Warhammer stuff. Because my Gundam knowledge is frightening. My Warhammer knowledge is hobbyist at best, you know what I mean? So yeah. Oh, great. And Greybeard. Good on you. Been reading some interesting things about how the newest Diablo 4 season has been really turning things around, which is good. You know. I definitely feel much like with Overwatch 2, Diablo 4 needed a lot more. It could have done with a little bit more time, and Activision was absolutely never going to give them that. Cold Ankle says, if someone asks a Warhammer question, make something up, you'll probably be right. That's the Caiaphas Cain way. I mean, most of the time he did bullshit, it turned out he was actually right. Dude accidentally finds the only Inquisitor on a whole ass planet. Love it. Love it! Because the other thing I could do with this, if I really want to have some fun, is I could use the like masking tape and stuff like that to create some fun patterns as well, and then combine that with some like dry brushing and weirdness. That could be fun. Because airbrushing with masking stuff can work, but if you get ever slightly too much paint near the seam edges. It looks real bad, real fast. The submarine that went pop, I'm still proud of it, but you could tell where I'd gone just slightly too hard on using coats. Well, it's not even coats, but I'd gone too hard in like one spray. Lol. Oh. But yeah, what was I saying before? Oh yes, just the Warhammer and Gundam differences. I both love and hate the I don't know who came up with it, but the Gunpla is freedom as one of the slogans that they use to sell Gundam models. Because it's one of those ones where I simultaneously agree with it, but I also hate it because it's clearly, you know, it's clearly a catchphrase designed to sell you more models. If you haven't heard that phrase before, it's using a lot of Bandai Namco marketing, and I like it in the sense that it's the concept that you can do anything with a Gundam kit, and you're correct. Like, however you choose to build it, whatever level of detail you put in, how much you paint it or don't, how you pose it or don't, like, it's yours. It's your kit, it's your story. Doesn't matter what it was, it's yours now. With Warhammer, if you're creating minis based on existing characters, right? Yeah, Clay, true freedom. Embrace real freedom. Get Clay. Microplastics. Homegrown flavor. God, I was a fucking savage when I built this. Less nub marks, more nub massacre, if you know what I mean. Okay. Actually, Moose, I didn't know that, so thank you for sharing that. No, basically, so that turn of phrase comes from one of the main kit designers, basically saying, I personally give you permission to do whatever you want with these kits. That's rad. It's just, I heard it the most during the Gundam Build series. If you don't know Gundam, the Gundam Build series started with Gundam Build Fighters, where two people would put their Gundam models on a special machine, which would simulate them in a battle, and both people would control them. But the hook was the damage they took in battle would be reflected on the models. And then the follow-up series was Gundam Build Divers, set inside an MMO. Then Gundam Build Metaverse, which can eat farts with a spoon. That's set also in the same place, but with NFTs. And yeah, because I heard it spoken so much inside a show that's basically a buy the toys, buy the toys, buy the toys. It feels like it comes across as like a McDonald's slogan. No matter how wholesome it might seem, it's ultimately there just to sell you something. It's not really a philosophy. It feels like a carefully focus group tested slogan. You know? But at the same time, I do agree with it. And yeah, no, so Chaunerist, they did Build Divers Season 1 and 2, then Gundam Build... I can't remember if there was one before Metaverse, but those were released just on YouTube, just for free. And obviously Gundam Build Metaverse was supposed to be the inroad for the Gundam Metaverse, which I think is still being built. That was the one where they accidentally leaked the fucking CAD files for a bunch of full-on model kits. That's the somebody got fired in the bad way project. Oh, Angel Kalina, good on you. I'm sure the recipients will be super stoked. Yeah, there's somebody got fired into the sun. Yeah. Because here's the thing, friends, like, we talk about it a little bit, but Gundam's a big money franchise, right? And a big part of that big money comes from these here kits. Like, the US just kind of discovered it again during lockdown, but the rest of the world has been hip to this shit for a long time. Like I said, whole swaths of Asia have been living the Gundam life while we've been in the Gundam Dark Ages. Not to mention Japan itself, of course. Sorry, I'm just trimming off the battle damage I did earlier. You know the bit where I said I'll fix this? Yeah, the Will's fixing it stage. It is interesting how, like, corporate art, advertising or otherwise, it's so interesting the times when it ends up being sincere and the times when it ends up being, or feeling insincere. So the difference being, like, if you put Gundam Build Divers, like, pick your... Oh, sorry, let's go Gundam Build Metaverse, right? Hella corporate, hella designed to sell you on the Gundam Metaverse before it's even come out. And you put that next to Transformers the movie. You know, the original 80s cartoon one. A movie that was designed to sell you a whole new range of toys. You know, it came from the philosophy of, if Saturday morning TV show sell you toys, movie sell you more toys. You know? And yet, that one ended up having a place not just in history, but in people's hearts. Like, I still think about how good that movie is. I think that's as good as we're going to work with there. Alright. But the Gundam Build Metaverse, it can't help but come across as cynical. Now, and I do wonder if that's just due to my personal feelings when it comes to you know, NFTs and blockchain bollocks and all that. You know, I mean, love it or hate it, like, toyetic is power. Not all toyetic cartoons were good. And a lot of the time the concept outpaced what we were actually given. Hell, I don't know how many of you all have seen Kevin Smith's run of the He-Man cartoons, but holy crap, those are good. They are a really good example of what you can do when you start with a toyetic product and you really care about it. Sorry, Secret Galaxy did a whole episode on, what was it, Thundercats Go, and weirdly, Hella defending it, which, alright, that's the hill you want to die on, mate. I'm not your producer. But it was really interesting because he kept making the case that, you know, these old cartoons, they were just that, cartoons for children designed to sell toys. We shouldn't be expecting these big things from them. Like, it's unfair to judge Thundercats Go so harshly. And I'm sitting there thinking like, but didn't Kevin Smith just bang it out the fucking park with He-Man? He made Fisto a good character. Fisto. Whose power is fist. He actually did say, is that Skeletor? Yeah. I'm gonna fist him! Comedic beat, and then just continued on. Still the funniest fucking lines. And getting Mark Hamill to play Skeletor and, like, bringing a proper cast together. Doing something that is irreverently in the spirit of He-Man. That great fucking reboot of She-Ra. You know, which kind of was basically like young She-Ra, but still, that was incredible! Like, I know we're going way off of topic here, but I just want to talk about this. I think that the one thing that the toyetic marketing era spawned was, like, creativity from a strange place. I fisted as much as I could, but I could not fist them all. Fisto. Ha! But yeah, while the products that were created were literally that, products, you know, we all know the story of He-Man, we all know, like, how it came to be, why he has a fucking giant cat for a rider, a giant cat for a mount, because they had giant cat models left over and they didn't know what to do with them. Sorry, giant cat molds, but yeah. Fisto, you can't resisto. That's his fucking Tinder profile. We're just off the chain this Saturday night, am I right? I forgot this soundtrack goes from like 2000s menu music to that club you don't remember walking in on. Walking in on, bloody hell. And this, Fred, is the story of how I got the Inquisition called on me. It's fine, it's fine. Just look at the naked robot. Pay no attention to the heresy on screen. But yeah, there was something about the toyetic era, because it was designed to apply to a child's sense of imagination to sell them some more fucking toys. So, I don't know, there was just something about that philosophy of design that stayed with people. You know? Someone who understands, like, psychology and maybe even child psychology better than me would probably be able to tell you why it is that we still talk about, you know, He-Man and Thundercats and shit like that with the same kind of, I don't know, reverence. Seems a little bit psychotic, but you know what I mean. Head Librarian, Watto and welcome. Oh no, okay, personal touchstones, grounding and soothing behaviours. It's more... There was something about the... So like, nothing in He-Man makes sense, right? Nothing. Same as She-Ra. The design philosophies, the different characters, the different zones, no fucking logic at all. But the gaps left, whether it be by intent or by just like a bunch of cracked out white guys, well, coked up white guys at Hasbro just throwing whatever they could at the wall. There was something about it that had minds build the spaces in between. I wonder if that's something to do with it. Anyway, sometimes you encounter properties that really do get your brain whirring. Also, it's the Head Librarian, how are you doing? Welcome to our little... God, it's not even afternoon anymore, it's 10 o'clock at night. Welcome to our Crafting by Night. If you came here to look at naked Gundams and ignore the heresy that I'm doing, then you're in luck, friend. You're in luck. Huh. Greybeard, that's fascinating. Yo, Jice and the Wheel Warriors is another great one. Why do they fight them with cars? Why is Jice's party made up of him, his little sister, Budget Merlin, and a knight's squire who carries a lance, but drives a car and doesn't use the lance while he's in the car? They fight plants that also turn into cars? Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. God, that show was wild. Yeah, it did actually have a proper ending, you're right. It was a French animation house, if I remember correctly. Oh yeah, sorry, and Head Librarian, if you wonder what I'm up to. So, earlier on, I built the first minis I've built in years. These are two of the Age of Sigmar Super Storm Buff Greco Blokies. I forget, it's on the box. Stormcast Eternal Vindicators. I like my version better. And so my goal as part of the Skulls promotion, Warhammer Skulls is on Thursday next week, which I'm actually going to have to get up in the morning for. Fuck me. Sorry, during that announcement stream, I'm going to be doing like a little paint-along, which will be real fun. But one thing I've been wanting to try now for a little while now is doing some hand-painted Gundam pieces. So I took this now hella naked Gundam, pulled all the power armor, Will, where's your head at? I pulled all of the outer armor pieces off, and I'm now just getting them all cleaned up. So that when I base coat these two little chuckle fucks, I can do the armor as well, and then I can just like free brush and paint with those. Because ultimately I've just sealed a lot of them. As soon as I find where I put all my paints. Dustin, I never got exposed to whatever Turbo Teen is, aside from when Tesco released Red Square, a pre-mixed vodka Red Bull you could buy in 2-litre jugs. Well, sorry, I just saw your comment, Head Librarian. Glad to hear you're doing good. Glad to hear I can provide you with what you need on a Saturday night. Oh, sorry. Apologies for that high-pitched noise. Sometimes, rarely, but sometimes you get that from these glass filing sticks. They're predominantly used to remove knobs, but you can use them for like just smoothing out sections that did not have a good go of it. And when you do, it looks really good. Okay, so Turbo Teen was about a teen that transforms into a whole-ass car animal style. Huh. I mean, in fairness, I still haven't seen Psycho Gorman yet. So, I've got like a gajillion recent things that I need to address. But, I mean, that sounds fascinating, friend. It is weird, Greybeard, though, that out of everything, Thundercats was the one you weren't allowed to watch. It's too early on in the whole adventure of everything for any parental unit to understand the term furry. Not that that's an undesirable thing, but I can understand some parents being being pearl clutchy about the concept of furries. To say, every generation had theirs, right? Chitara definitely lit a fire in quite a few folks, if you know what I'm saying. Okay. Oh, yeah, Greybeard. That makes a weird kind of sense, yeah. I always laugh because one of the stories Fiona loves telling is they got exposed to a lot of like horror and messed up like 80s action films as a weird, but they weren't allowed to watch Power Rangers. I have immediately realised how much work this project is going to be, and let no one say that I welch on a dumb idea, but I have certainly made a rod for my own back. Huh. Sorry, Head Librarian was saying, and I quote, they were allowed to watch Power Rangers and South Park, but not The Simpsons? Or, like... I wonder if there's like, if there was something about like, there must have been something about The Simpsons that propped either like frustration or jealousy. Oh, and your man thought D&D was satanic for a bit. Ah, the Satanic Panic. Man, we've never had that in the UK. Or if we did, it was like a mostly useless diet version. Still so wild. And it also makes me laugh a lot that I believe it was Zombie Orpheus that got the rights to do the movie of the comic that was so central to that whole thing, and they did it super parody, so good. Sorry, Head Librarian was saying that the man was also weirdly scared about them being exposed to things like lesbians or witchcraft. And that's why the Head Librarian became a lesbian witch. The Fates. The Fates had their hand. I still think about the fact that I had a South Park pencil case in school. Like, and I know that was a gift. Cold ankles, that's a great quote. Just saying, one often meets their destiny on the road, well, I guess on the road others put you on to avoid it. Because the only thing I really have equivocal is, you know, how my parental unit was so desperate for me to not be all about video games. Who's laughing now? I mean, me, because I'm one of the few still left alive, but that's not the point. Blitzing through these larger pieces. Man, shout out to Will of the Past though. Some of these cuts are super clean. Just a little bit of a nub mark there, and that's it. Go past me. It wasn't a complete fucking disaster. That's also one of the things that's really, really good about doing Gundam model stuff, is that you can revisit it. You know? You can go back, you can clean them up, you can add to them. Once you've kind of finished painting a Warhammer mini, aside from like stripping it and deconstructing it and really beginning again, there's not really a lot you can do. Sorry, gear graphic. I should have been more specific. What I mean is, like, you can blitz it back to nothing and start again, but you can't incrementally add. And actually, so gear graphic. One of the other things we were talking about earlier is that the difference between conversion and kit bash. Like, I know kit bash is the shorthand when it comes to like Gundam nonsense, but I don't feel that. The thing I was talking about earlier was like how I want to apply conversion philosophy to Gundam kits, not kit bashing, not just swapping out pieces and that kind of like simplistic nonsense, but really building something wild. Because I have a bits box that. Of horrifying stature, which is definitely having a bits box is more of a 40k thing. You know what I mean? Yeah, I know you get me. An Angel Kalina, you are all good. Fred's like, trust your feelings. They shall lead you to embrace the dark side. Reject reason. Break some shit. Get weird with it. Ask yourself, what would Frederick Durst do? Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go sit on a big throne on the moon. I have a stealth army to make. Also, someone check on my clothes. If you'll excuse me, I have to leave. A message in Fortnite. Fucking Rise of Skywalker. No, we're not talking about Rise of Skywalker. No. Next topic, please.
I'm ready to come in here and be like, well, I don't think this is a good path to go down. I was there for that.
I'm still sorry.
No, it was entertaining on my part.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it was no skin off my back.
I remember the Hangover. I remember
personal offense.
I still do. Apparently, even Daisy Ridley's been saying in interviews how she'd love to do another Star Wars film with John Boyega to see him get to be a Jedi and shit. Daisy Ridley hasn't said it outright, but keeps kind of hinting like, boy, Rise of Skywalker sure was a piece of shit garbage ending. Be nice if I got another cut of the pie. Look, you guys even gave Anakin some cool shit. Please give me a good ending.
One job.
One job.
One job that they've been doing well for 40 years.
Right. Yeah, Moose. Rise of Skywalker gets the Highland 2 draw. The newest mainline Star Wars films open with Rey waking up, burst alert, and being like, oh my god, I just had the worst dream. You were there, and Chewie blew up, I think. We used a weird dagger to find the Death Star, which would never work. But yeah, we don't need to go down that line. Oh no, and Gear Graphic and also Fearless. Like, I'm always down to talk about Tommy Tallarico. There's something really funny about how he always wanted to be famous, right? Like, that was his whole raison d'etre. Be famous. He bought the house, he pretended to be on Cribs, like, he bought Guinness records, all that stuff. But his grift only had worked for as long as it did, because he wasn't famous. There was no one to check him until H Bomber Guy decided that Tommy's got to go. No, he stumbled upon. I mean, that's the irony. He stumbled upon it. Oh, caffeine. Go get some sleep, mate. Have a lovely rest of your night. Yeah, his mother's very proud. It's not lost on me. The thing that undid him was the thing he had always sought. Had it not been for fame he acquired, he never would have been known. And, I mean, in fairness, what he was doing with the ColecoVision was super illegal. Like, and the investment world doesn't suffer fools for long. Well, unless those fools are already independently wealthy and Tommy ain't shit, so. But it was so fascinating because, like, musician friends were like, shit, like, I went to this guy's, like, boot camps and stuff. Like, he was a known entity. That one. Yes, no, not my own petard. Tommy Tallarico, paraphrased. Oh yeah, no, and numbers. Yes, I'm moving on. But no, I find it so fascinating because there's a number of people who honestly. No, you know what? I was about to take us down a little bit of a dark path. We're not doing that. For all of your lovely selves, if you are also doing a craft along, consider this like a crafting way station. As Gear Graphic already has, whatever you've been working on this evening, post some of your stuff in Creation Celebration. Let's have a little look. You know? I'm gonna finish cleaning up these pieces. So you've got me for a little while longer. Because, sorry, going back to the Tommy Tallarico thing, it still amazes me that I knew, like everybody did, about Video Games Live and the concerts. You know, the first proper respect to, you know... I am loath to call it video game music, because it's just music. It just goes in video... It's just music! It just happens to be in a video game, but that's not the point. But yeah, Video Games Live was a big part of, like, the celebration of video games. Vassy dropped the entire lore of AC6. Ooh, that'll make for a good little watch. I'll get some shit done in the kitchen and whatnot. Listen to the whole of that. I haven't hit the Elden Ring mines yet, because I don't think I'm far enough in where I want to start finding out all of the stuff. But that sounds like it'll be a lot of fun. Should be doing this out here, sorry. I know, I don't make for the most interesting visual component. As I said, at some point I'm going to sit down and redo the visuals and definitely the lighting for this space. And Chorus, like that's I mean how I've done it for all of it, you know. The reason why I'm kind of chomping at the bit a little bit is because when we did Bloodborne, I already knew everything except for the DLC. So especially early on, I felt like I could really add something to the conversation. And I guess I'm just hankering for that again, you know? You all can't pretend you're not going to watch the whole of the vid. Maybe not in one sitting, but I know I'm gonna. Well, Sinful Delight, have yourself a lovely rest of your day and a wonderful tomorrow. Yeah, go get the good sleep. Like I said, one of us has got it. You know how some groups joke about the one brain cell? Over here it's like, who's getting the one good sleep tonight? Let's find out. The Longship is not a place to come if you are looking to... if you're looking for help with a good night's sleep, but we're a great bunch to commiserate you when it doesn't happen. I think that's a safe way to describe us. Don't get good sleep. Get evil sleep! Unfortunately, Fred, in my book, evil sleep is when you think you're awake, but you've actually gone back to sleep, and miss like your bus or your train or what have you. That's evil sleep. My body loved doing that to me back in the day. With our melatonin combined, 2 people can get a full night's rest. By the power of Longship! Turtlebox, man, I hate it when I miss my bus and or train. I see you've taken the British transport system before. This is the announcement. There will be a rail replacement bus service to fuck you, because fuck you. No, you will not be refunded any of the expensive money you paid for a train, but you must take a mandatory shit service. Enjoy! Rail replacement services. Always on a Sunday, always when I'm hungover. It's like they could smell my alcoholism. You always end up in the strangest fucking place as well. Yeah, you get it. Sorry, Turtlebox, they lived in London for a little over a year, so they get it. And Lizzie, Watto and welcome. And Lizzie, thank you for letting me know. Gear Graphic was on it like a car bonnet, and so I have a 5-hour Armored Core 6 lore video to look forward to. And you know what? I gotta say, I was very impressed with what I gleaned from playing through the story completely. Like, I'm really impressed. Because here's the thing, Armored Core was always, it's about driving a robot really, really fast. Like, really, really fast. It's not about anything... I mean, sure, there are plot points, but those plot points are usually just a backdrop for mech go brr, right? You wanted story, you go for the other games. You want giant robots, welcome to Armored Core, Mother Hubbard. Hey, yeah, Moose, that's not bad, friend. That's not bad at all. And Captain Stephanie Barnes. What? Oh, and welcome. Hello, hello. How was your birthday in the end? Because if you told me, thanks to sickness and this week just being far too fucking much, I have absolutely forgotten. But it means you get to tell me again. If you already told me. Yes. Armored Core 6. Poor Walter. But fuck you, Budget Cortana. Raven, you're taking damage! Don't fucking do that! Raven, have you tried moving the fuck out of the way of those missiles, you useless piece of shit? Just let me concentrate! Raven! What? Focus! I will kill you! The irony, of course, is when we did fight her, she turned out to be hard as nails. Why couldn't you pull this shit off when you're on my side? Sorry, get to the boat. I didn't say hello when you came in. And same with Timid Automation and those. Hello, good evening, Watto and welcome. So the thing is, the Armored Core series has tended to have little to shit all plot. Yeah, it boils down to, like, one of them was capitalism killed the planet, so now things bad. One of them was mechs are the coolest thing ever, welcome to Nine Baller. I'm pretty sure Armored Core for Answer was the wildest one plot-wise. Because that was... The super corporations have killed the entire planet. And so one corporation lives on a big walking city, one lives in a giant sky plane. I forget the rest. Everybody hires you know, mech pilot mercenaries because reasons, even though they all have their own armies and build their own mechs, but fuck it, whatever. Now, I love Armored Core for Answer with every fibre of my being, just as long as we're clear. That is one of my favourite games of all time. The only downside about Armored Core 6 is that suddenly everyone was like, hey, this for Answer is really fucking good. Yeah, it was good. Because 5 was pee-pee poo-poo bad times. Okay, 5 wasn't awful. It wasn't like Left Alive. But like, they changed all the designs, they moved away from the core and tried to make like a new style of mechs that no one really got on with. The super weapons kind of forced you to be like all about one thing. Assuming you can make it work. And while the multiplayer had great ideas, the super weapons were the entire meta, right? So it didn't feel like being a cool kid mech pilot. It felt like playing, you know, the shittiest game of Pokemon. Pikachu casts Thunderblast. Oh, well, I guess I just fucking die then. Because I picked Squirtle. What? Armored Core 5, more like Apple Core Pie. Go back in the corner and think about how that wordplay played out. How are you doing, Fred? Oh, my God. For Answer is still one of my favourite. It's like favourite games today. As we're getting towards the end, let's switch it back to some smooth jams. Really? Really? Thank you. Alright. Let me come over there. Look, I understand I just used the Amos voice on a YouTube video. We're just not going to address it. Okay. Look, we're getting through the pieces. We're almost done. You know, a bit of sweet because then I'm kind of done for the evening. Yeah, get to the bow. That's a great way of putting it. Armored Core isn't about the plot in the same way Assassin's Creed isn't about the soul. Yeah, Assassin's Creed is soulless, but, you know, there's still very pretty games, loads of people enjoy them, and every time a new one comes out, people learn shit about history they did not know. You know, I'm happy to admit I'm not the audience for that anymore. And that's okay. It's been really fun watching people react to the new one and to Yasuke. There's a lot of Japanese historians out there that have been like, alright, chuckle fucks, hold your horses. You know, when responding to like legit comments, not just, you know, racist dickholes. Racist dickholes do not get time of day. Okay. And yeah, as Fred says, Assassin's Creed is about the weird live your genetic predecessors' lives because of freaky technology. It doesn't have to be accurate because the technology is not accurate. You're not time traveling, you're living a genetic memory, and memory is imperfect. I always thought that was a really clever kind of like get out of history free card. Although I'm not quite sure where they are with the whole, you know, the technology and the company and what have you. Like I said, the last one I played with any kind of sincerity was Black Flag. And I played a little bit of Valhalla. Obviously, I like the fact that you could have a cat on your Longship, but no amount of Viking-themed felines was going to make me crack for that one. Mainly because the way in which they portrayed small British villages was so romanticized. So they did the British countryside perfectly, almost unsettlingly. But then you get to the villages and they'd be these beautiful, gorgeous, flower-covered setups. And you're like, no, that place would be muddy as hell, covered in pig shit. It would be dull as dishwater. Sorry about that. Okay. Actually, get to the boat. I have not read Dune, so I didn't know genetic memory comes from that. So that's real cool. Frank Herbert keeping it in the family. Yeah, that's not gonna work. So I'm gonna do a little bit of the old snippety snippety. Lovely. Okay. Yeah. The reason, sorry, get to the boat. Jumping back. The reason why I keep talking about the Armored Core 6 lore is it's good. There is actually a plot you can follow. There are characters. Like, now, where Allmind came from and how Allmind became involved. Because when you think about it, Allmind's completely separate from why you're there. You're in Armored Core 6 because Walter done fucked up. And Walter would love it if you would unfuck his mistakes for him. He'd love that. So that's why you're there, you know? Walter's basically got you on a semi-indentured servitude because you want your body back and Walter's got work. Like, Walter's not a good guy. At least to you, but like in the grand scheme of things, he's a guy that did bad and is now looking to make amends. So, in that regard, you can't hate on him too much. Like, just the right amount. Get these fancy stage boots nice and cleaned up. Okay. Hooray! We did it! Actually need to give us a clean though. That sound where you're like, not sure if... Hey! From one Viking to another, Watto and welcome. Check out my naked Gundam for some grey on grey action. How are you doing, friend? Whew. Oh yeah. Actually, pretty much everything in there is going to need a washing. Get the dust off. Okay. Let's just have a quick check over this guide and see what's going. I feel this. I take it that's a very specific kind of person. I can understand the logic. Anyway, so to the Viking Fenrir, Watto and welcome. Happy weekend to you. As for what we've been doing here, we have been building these two Warhammer minis, the wonderfully named Stormcast Eternal Vindicators. And once we finish building those, because I haven't managed to find my base coat paint, so I haven't been able to like get started with paint and stuff, I'm stripping the armour of this mech, who's going to get a bath and a clean up in a little bit. What we're going to be doing is taking all of the armour pieces from this guy, and these are going to get basically a hand paint. So these are all of these pieces are going to get washed, cleaned, ready to go. And then on Thursday, when the Warhammer Skulls announcements are all popping off, we're going to do like a little coffee and paint morning. It's going to be good. How are you? How was your stream? Watto and welcome. I don't know where that Met Berry nonsense came from, friends. I'm sorry. I think I'm definitely going to give the skeleton a wash before I do anything else, because I might re-up some of the ink. The old ink needs cleaning, and I did this thing with the eye where I tried to hand paint it that did not go according to plan. It did not go according to plan. It was a good idea. Because in early Iron-Blooded Orphan, this weird little like cross-section eyeball face that they have, that's meant to denote that they're really good mechs. Hey! And whoever that was, fucking thank you. Sorry, somebody picked something up from the Humble store, which is really fucking cool of them, because it helps keep my dumbass alive. So I can't say fairer than that. Hell, I'm still going to keep raving about the Mike Magnolia BPRD bundle if any of you desperately need a shit ton of good cartoons. Bacon's getting ready to serve up some liberty. Good on you, mate. Go bring the thunder. But yeah, friends, I started to do this just after we got a raid in, but I think I'm starting to get to. I think I'm starting to get to the end of my energy levels. Like, I got all of this done. Now the pile of crafting is finished. So, yeah, I think that's me for the day. So, okay, let's bring our adventures to a close. Not right this very second, because I need to say thank yous and whatnot, but yeah. Oh, lovely. I think the Dans Go Hell Diving would be a great YouTubian experience. I still don't think Helldivers is a good streaming game. Clicking. I'll piss up in a bin bag. Here's the thing. Sorry. I was about to be like, listen here, Buster. What I was about to say, that's not it. Thank you kindly for gifting even a comedy sub, because, like, all of it keeps us alive. The fact that is an account that exists scares me a little. When I say, like, I'm bringing things to a close, what I mean is, like, I'm going to finish here, then I have at least one round of dog walks, then it's cleaning and getting the flat in a decent order, and like, well, I'm probably going to wash these and then get them drying. Yeah, Chonros, to my understanding, Helldivers has crossplay, right? Or at least I was under the impression. Well, who knows? Excuse me. Beans, I lost my train of thought. Anyway, I just wanted to say thank you. Look, I'm gonna try not to be too feelsy because as I've said, I've actively been avoiding breaking down and crying this week. I've had to fight it back quite hard with people being very, very generous because, you know, I'm definitely a much better even keel today, but I've been feeling a lot of things all at once. So I don't know. I don't want you all to think that I've just been ignoring all the kind generosity you put in. Like, the TLDR is before y'all went hard this week, I was fucking scared because I didn't have enough money to pay for a visit to the vets for River. I had been sick and had lost a whole bunch of days. You know, today was going to be the Le Marbles 24, which will be next Saturday. That's going to be real fun. But my point being is, like, I was freaking out and I was incredibly sad and incredibly broken. And you all went, eh? And, like, we're not rolling in, like, affluent super cash right now, but River's going to get a proper vet checkup, you know? I don't have to worry about whether or not we're going to be able to eat. And, you know, as I've said in the past, like, when you work for yourself and you get sick, you can't know how fucking scary it is if you haven't felt it. So, like, thank you all. I really fucking mean it. I'm also a little bit grateful that no one pulled the whole day. And there was a brief moment where I was like, if somebody does the shark cage, I'm just gonna have to end the stream because I'm just gonna be like hyperventilating and sobbing. You know, this week's been one of the hardest, and I hate that I keep setting new records for hard weeks, but we got through it, and I got through it thanks to you lot. You know. Try not to be a great big cheese ball, but that's the long and short of it. Without your beautiful selves, wouldn't have. Ah, hey, gets the boat. It's always lovely to have you with, friend. It's always lovely to have you with. You know, I forget where you are in the world, and my start times have been very squibbly. But yeah, it's always good to get to hang out. And yeah, no, Angel Kalina, we are all living through fucking hard times at the moment. And that's the other part of it, right? Like, you lot put actual time and actual money into keeping me in this chair, keeping this mech going. And when I'm not feeling well, when I do a shitty stream and when I don't uphold my end of this, you know, digital exchange, I feel really fucking bad. You know? And obviously, that's stupid and dumb. We all get sick, right? Why beat yourself up about things beyond your control? Because I'm an idiot like that. On Turtlebox, in one. Me too, homie, me too. Last weekend fucking sucked. But yeah, go get some sleep, right? Go get some sleep. But we made it through the week. Every step forward is a success, and every day that we get out of bed, things can always get better. Even if they're great, they can get even better. And I don't know. Try and practice what I preach. Try. Okay. But that is it from me this evening, friendos. Just, like, thank you so much. I still don't know how I'm ever going to properly thank you all. Because, like, the amount of sheer donations on Wednesday even, was just... Age of Kalina. Be smart, be safe, be victorious. And Dustin, have a lovely night's sleep. I am going to roll credits though, I'm not a complete heathen. Because I do need to thank, because people threw in loads today, even though it's just us building and chatting. You know? Dustin, look forward to it, friend. I look forward to it. So, to those that subbed, resubbed, to all you glorious Mother Hubbards. Okay, the trio, I should say, of Lost Flowers, Fred, and Will Needs to Go to Bed. Criminals. Thank you kindly. To Scotty Doggy, Ehrman, Bacon Avenger, Akira Zero, Holy Bus Crusader, Baron Von Sheepington III, Some Numbers, J-Post, Shitaru. Like, bits are the biggest thing that helps us. Like, bits and donations. So, a fucking thank you. Your moderators today was not just Lizzie T. Power and Rhymes with Moose, but also Caffeine. We're the best fucking Triforce mods I could ask for. And we were on 2 raids with Jay and the Viking Fenrir, which I can't say without being dramatic. Nice going, me. Nice going. But yeah, this was a really, really, really good day. Okay, let's see what the homies are up to. Okay, so I have 3 things I can offer you, friends, as to where we're headed. Just so we can plan our raids while I'm saying my goodbyes. As you all know, I'm terrible at ending streams. So I can offer you the old and the retro. I can offer you the very steamy, the almost too hot for Twitch levels of steamy. Or I can offer you the purely chaotic. Like, those are the 3 I can offer you. Once again, the old and the retro, the smouldering hotness, or chaos. Okay, Fred, Wolf, and Get the Boat, chaos. Okay. Big Saxy, who was in earlier, is playing Brotato, and they appear to have created something that looks like, I don't know, the Binding of Isaac Unleashed. Looks thoroughly fucking unsettling and chaotic. So that's where I'm going to pass your good self in a second. We're at the end of the day. Boop. Let's bring it on over here. Bring it on back now. I'm old Greg. So just one more time, friends, I just want to say thank you. You know, the stuff we were talking about earlier about how long am I going to stream for. If I'm still streaming in my 70s, then fuck yeah. I really do want to keep the Longship going for as long as possible. You know, until the fucking wheels fall off. You know, once the world starts to recover from the financial fuckery that we've gone through, I'm going to, again, start maybe looking for some long-term sponsors, people that can put some cash in, so I'm not having to ask all your lovely selves to keep me alive. We ball till we fall. Darn right. Or who knows, maybe suddenly we'll wake up and the Longship will become this gigantic force of nature. And then, well, who knows? Moose with good news, Longships don't have wheels, so they can't fall off. Except for that time, well, I guess those were rolling logs, those weren't wheels. I was going to say, except for that one time where they actually, like, rolled a fuckload of Longships across land just to surprise some French people. Good times, good times. One day, get to the boat. Longcon will be real. One day. One day. But it is not this day. Fred, I will see how I'm doing. My throat's kind of caning a little bit, so I might take it easy. And I know last week well, it's obvious now. Like, I shouldn't have gone on Discord last week because I was obviously starting to get sick, which is why I was so grumpy. That was a bit of a fool's errand there, you know. But if you see me, come say hi. Okay. But I'm going to pass you on over to Biggs, who is doing some potato-themed chaos. At the moment, Biggs has like 4 people hanging out. So if we bring our full force, our full, what are we like, 42, 43, we are making a night. We're kicking ass. And I always love doing that. So yeah. Right, friends. Yeah, if you see me in Discord over the next couple of 2 days, come and say hi. That's what I'm there for. Just having a natter and a hangout. Streams will continue on Tuesday. I don't think we... Oh, Ness, look at them! We don't currently have anything on the schedule for Tuesday, but we also have more indie games than Sense. And I'll natter with DJ and Peeps to see, like, if we're doing Valheim next week and when we can continue Abiotic Factor. The big thing next week is the Le Marbles 24 on Saturday. 1 race, 6 hours. Fucking brace yourself, friends. It's going to be a legend. Though I'll probably need someone to help me with the maths again to work out how many laps it's going to require. But yeah, have a lovely rest of your weekend, friends. To be continued.